Hello, you guys. How is everyone doing? Hello, Charlie. Hello, Natural Born Queen. I'm going to give some more people the opportunity to get in here. How is everybody doing? How is everybody doing tonight? I kept changing my time because I was on the phone with somebody, having some good conversation. How is everyone doing tonight? It's been a great day. It's been a beautiful day today. As far as the weather, it's been a beautiful day today, as far as the weather. Hello, Miss Lynn Smith. Hey, y'all. Hello, Robin. Valerie. I see y'all. Yolanda. I'm speaking to everybody I see in the room. As y'all come in, please hit the like button. I'm doing very well, Charlie. Thank you. Thank you. I'm doing good. Miss Jean Pickett. I'm doing good. Tonight I wanted to talk about, it's funny how I got on the phone with and he said he might duck his head through here tonight. He's been my friend for um let's see, my baby girl is 21, and he's been my friend for, hey player Cole, for about 22 years, because I can remember when I first started working for MPD. He had just they had just sent him up to the investigative unit, right? And he had already been a police officer for about 12 years, and he had just made detective, and he retired last year, and he was a major. And it's funny because I was talking to him today. We've been really good friends, like tight. It's funny how the conversation turned. And I was talking to him about this Dolph situation, and to my surprise, because he's the type, he'll sit in here listen. And then he said, my precinct was the precinct that was handling those situations when all those killings was going on. And I said, what you talking about? He said, have you ever, he said, I don't know if you know, but there are some young men named hey Crown, hey Brown, Daryl Brown. He said Hero Fix TV, Black Swan, Michael Davis. He says, um, he says, I don't know if he said, I know you talking about the dog situation. He said, but there was some young men that before they was taken out, they was kind of involved. Hey, Joy loves God in this situation. He said, have you spoken about the J Money and the D Money? I said, yeah, I've heard people talk about those two young men that was taken out. He said, yeah. He said, my precinct, my officers, he said, when we was having, that's why I told him to try to come into the room. He's retired. He's been retired for a year. And he's worked in every investigative unit. I've been trying to get him since he's been retired to come and work with me in my investigative unit, but I think he's gonna take that job with the feds. He was like, because he's one of the best. He was just an astute investigator, an astute supervisor. He made it all the way up to major. He's just an awesome person, because I wanted him to come in and kind of talk about that, because it was his precinct that witnessed when all of those wars was going on. He said, because when he said what would happen is, he said when it was young men being found dead left and right. He said, and what they would do is when they was going back, and I was just shocked. He said it was the Trulia Mafia and the RR, and that's what he said, the RR. He said what they would do is some kind of thing. They would kill each other and then pull the pants down and shoot him in the ass or something. And he witnessed firsthand that situation, and we was kind of talking about that. And I said, it's funny because that has come up in this Dolph situation. He said, well, I'm not surprised about that, because supposedly now, he said, supposedly, with this Dolph situation. I know people was talking about allegedly they was mad. Some people was mad because um Dolph had signed Big Unc or something like that. I don't know. But according to him, when they was making all those gang arrests and when all of those killings was going on, he said because they was just killing each other left and right, all under 25. He said every other night my officers was out on calls and I already knew it had something to do. He even named the area that they was living in. That's how he remembered it. He said it went on for almost about a year, right? He said, so I wasn't surprised when those two young men, because they was consistently retaliating against each other. But allegedly, as it relates to Dolph, because he said, it was said that Dolph was friends with the older one. He said, but he wasn't really that close to the younger one. I guess that would be D Money. I don't know. Supposedly, now allegedly, I don't know. He wasn't that close to D Money because supposedly he said some more of those young men, because like I said, they had to handle all those gang robberies and those arrests and things of that nature with his precinct. Supposedly Dolph was backdoored. Him and D Money wasn't that tight because there was something that went on where he wasn't loyal to Dolph. I don't really know, but I asked him, I was like, if you would, I would love for you to come on the podcast, and kind of talk about that situation of how you had to handle that with your precinct, had to handle that, your officers and stuff. He's been my friend for about 21 or 22 years. Like I said, he's retired. He was one of the best ones. And we just kind of got into some more conversation. Like I said, I was talking to him. I don't know, because I don't know about those gang wars, but he knew, because he said every time we got a call of a male black dead. Oh, rest in peace, Young Dolph said that's true. See, I didn't know that. He said, I knew it was one of those gang members. He said, I knew that they was retaliating against each other. He said, Tamara, they was all under 25 and they was constantly killing each other. He said, and then they would pull their pants down and shoot them in the ass. He said that was some kind of thing with them. I guess to let the other side know that we got them back in retaliation. He said it was the grossest thing until they really started buckling down and the FBI was acquired to help. Because I remember when they started making all those busts and they started going, they started busting up some oh God, what is it called, y'all? When, because me and him, we've been talking about so much, my brain is full. What is it called when they steal a lot of cars and change the chop shops? Because I can remember he was the one that had told me that when they formed a task force, the FBI. And here's the thing, a lot of people feel like the FBI does not get involved unless it's federal. The local agencies can ask for help from the FBI and they will get involved. A lot of people don't know that, but they can. And it happens all the time. Hello, Miss Kimberly. Okay. And so we was talking about, we got into some more stuff. And I think about like when my TV show comes on, because I have a TV show that comes on in the Memphis area, the Mississippi area, and the Arkansas area, right? And the Alabama area now on Comcast. And I started thinking about how when my show comes on, especially when I'm interviewing politicians and it's political season, and I have made a conscious decision, although I've been doing commercials, so I've had a lot of politicians to come through. There are certain ones that I interview, certain ones I don't interview, right? Okay. We was talking about the mayor of our city, and I know a lot of people that are not in the Memphis area couldn't care less, but we started talking about the breakdown of when all of this crime started happening. And now how they're trying to act like they care because it is election season and people are complaining and people are mad. Now, I know a lot of people go, well, you shouldn't choose sides. Here's the thing as it relates to this Dolph situation. I guess they're talking about and they're talking about CMG. Look, I'm on the side of what's right. And what I know is that Young Dolph should not have been gunned down. That's what I know. He should not have been gunned down. So I have to stand with what is right, right? So we was talking about that, and you start talking about you start thinking about, like, with these politicians and how a lot of people don't trust a lot of the politicians. And I have to say, we have some good politicians, and then we got a lot of them that will take money under the table, especially for campaigns. I'm not saying that they are, but they will. And you think about the breakdown of the leadership in Memphis, and we got a mayor that does not care. And he was a city council, okay, before he was ever even a mayor. And what they started doing was they started stripping benefits and a lot of things from a lot of their agencies, such as the police department. Police officers was leaving. They became lax because, they was being disciplined for certain things. Teresa said Thaddeus aired him out yesterday. Absolutely. He's a lawyer. And I think that they wanted crime to get out of control. Number one, because crime pays. Okay. That helps a lot of his friends who are lawyers. Also, I think some of them took some money for from some private prisons. Even some of those that was on the bench. And now they're kind of running scared because people angry. People within the city of Memphis and within the county, they are angry because they feel like this was engineered. More and more people's eyes are being opened, and that's why they're running around here screaming, saying, well, we're gonna get some, we're gonna make sure we get some justice for Dolph. Now, one thing my friend did say, he said those people that was involved in this Dolph's case, they're gonna shoot some fire up under their ass because they scared. They running scared because people mad, and they know it is expected. He said, "Oh, don't even worry about that. They gonna shoot. They gonna get some fire shot up under their ass. You don't even have to worry about that, But I think about, a lot of people was talking about, and I'm kind of all over the place because he and I talked about. I had a subject, and we're gonna talk about that too because we talked about he and I talked about so much but I want to get back to these politicians. And when with it being election season, you have to wonder why. Sometimes a lot of these people think that they can, commit murders and then be vocal or bold about it. But one thing I do know about these politicians, just like my friend and I was just saying, they slimy. Their thing is they want to win. And I wouldn't care how much money you secretly give somebody for a campaign. They still need the vote of the majority of the people, y'all. And the citizens of Memphis want justice for Dolph. And the citizens of Memphis they're mad at these politicians, okay? They're mad at these politicians, not in this Dolph situation, because, like I said, like my friend was saying, it's gonna be justice in that, but it never should have gotten this out of control where people feel like they run the city, that they can just send hitters within the city and get away with it. Now, like I said, and then we got into this too. I got to talk about this, like I'm all over the place. And I was saying, you hear a lot of people talk about, because a lot of the officers that I wrote, a lot of the officers when I was working over there, they are investigators now. They are no longer patrolmen or on the street. They are in the investigative units, right? I said, but you hear people talk about gang members and things of that nature. He said, let me just say this. He says, it is against the law to not hire someone just because they are affiliated with a gang. They took that to court. They took it to the Supreme Court because they said fraternities and sororities are like gangs. He says the only time that something can be done about a gang member being on any unit, and that's uniformed all across the United States, is when they are actively committing a crime. I said, dog, ain't that something? Isn't that something? And see, like I said, I don't know a whole lot of the patrolmen that are on the street now. I know the investigators that are down there in those bureaus, because those are the ones when I was on the MPD side, those are the ones that I rode with. Those were the ones that I was friends with, and they've been on the department for a really long time. I don't really know what's out on the street. I just know it ain't no work being done on the street. But then you have to understand with the leadership that is in Memphis at this particular time, they don't really want, their hands are tied. And now, because people are screaming and saying they're going to get politicians out. See, I'm one of those ones. If I'm going to talk about something as far as politicians and say that some people are corrupt, I'm going to come with the solution. I don't ever try to send nobody out. I'm not going to send people out to get their livelihoods taken, incite a riot or anything like that. I'm going to come with a solution. The solution is vote them out. See, we forget that we have the power, and that is to stop voting based on party, to stop voting based on race and name recognition. Let me hook up my thing, y'all, because it's about to, my computer. I should have had it hooked up. It's about to shut off. Okay. Hold on, y'all. Give me a minute. Give me a moment. Come on now. Okay. All right, y'all. I got it. And just vote the people out, because we the people have the power. Now, I don't have any doubt in my mind, because there are so many people in an uproar about about all the crime that is going on, about how bold people have been with, especially taking Young Dolph out and feeling like they can, as they say, chill with politicians. Now, I wasn't that fooled, okay, by, people go and visit the White House and stuff all the time. A lot of times, stuff like that, I don't. When people want you to feel a certain way, or they want you to think they got it like that, that's when you know they ain't got it like that. Okay? That's something I know. That's something I always tell my kids. When you see somebody bragging, they ain't got it. If I got to tell somebody I'm the best, that probably means that I ain't the best, because I ain't got to tell nobody if I'm the best. They're going to know it. I don't have to get on here and tell everybody that my investigative company is the best. Them checks I get to tell it, okay? Those phone calls that I get tell it. So I don't really get up in arms about that. But you see the arrogance, okay, of people. You see the arrogance of people, and you know that there is some type of false, somebody is giving them a false sense of security. But I said all that to say this: even with the false sense of security that people may have, we can take that power back by getting rid of the people that are in office that's giving them that false sense of security. Once they gone, they ain't got it no more. Okay. See, we can't do anything about how people are on social media bragging about or alluding to the fact that they've taken Dolph down. The only thing we could do is not buy their music, not allow our children to download their music. And every politician that you see that is in office right now, vote for the person that's going against them. Just vote for the other person. And then you rip away all that power. I know ain't nobody gonna vote for Biden no more. I know that. All of these celebrities wanted Biden in office for a reason. They were the ones that funded his campaign. You think they ain't gonna be able to go and try to get some? Why do you think that they do that? So they can go and try to get some favors. But they understand how people are so in love with celebrities who don't know you, don't care nothing about you. They don't even care enough about us to put out music or to stop sending destruction to the community. How about that? Okay. Now let's go back to this Dolph situation, because all of this kind of tie in. Now, when I was talking to my friend, he was talking about how it was all of this had been going on, all of this killing, this back and forward. And I know people try to add Dolph into the equation, but Dolph had pulled away from what I was told today, because allegedly he was backdoored. Allegedly, I don't know. I wasn't there by D Money. I don't know. That's just what I was told. Now, if this man is over the East Precinct out there, one of the East Precincts, and he says that his officers was making the calls when there was a young man found, he said he already knew when they heard it over the radio, because it was happening every other day. All under 25. Okay. And then he got into some more stuff. The only thing I got to say is, ladies, as mothers, we are, how am I trying to put it? As mothers, we have to do the best that we can. We can't encourage our children to be involved in activities that we know is going to get them harmed. We can't encourage that. Anytime you can encourage your children to be in activities such as gang activities and things of that nature, and you think that's something, you have a mental illness. It's some people that need some help. You can't encourage that your children or encourage your children to be in things of this nature and then be hollering and screaming when somebody take them out. As women, we're the nurturers. We're the models of our home, okay? Even if it ain't no man in the home, whether there's a man there or not, we're the models of our home. We can't put out, we can't be encouraging our kids or nobody else's kids to do anything that's going to get their life messed over one way or the other, whether it's in the grave or in jail for life. Okay? We can't do that. Like, I get completely blown away when I hear about mothers that encourage their children to commit activities that's going to get them taken out of here. I would never in my life encourage anybody else's child, let them, especially not my own, because whenever my kids' friends and stuff came around, especially if they spent the night, I treated them as they was my very own. Okay? I treated them as they was my very own. I was not going to encourage them and be involved and people that feel that way. If you're a woman and you feel that way, you need to go seek yourself some help, because it ain't nothing natural or logical about that. Okay, I was just kind of blown away with our conversation. Make it make sense. There's nobody in Trula Mafia or R&R has made this to 30. He said they was all under 25. He said when they got a call, when they got a call over the radio, he already knew what it was. When his officers had to make the scene, he already knew what it was about. But it's a crying shame. It is. Hold on for a minute, you guys. As far as this Dolph situation and the leadership, like I said, if somebody, it is political season. If somebody is secretly giving somebody some money for their campaigns, there's ways that we can look into that. All you got to do is you can look at somebody's campaign records and see where they're getting their monies from. You ain't got to live in Memphis for that, and who is donating money. Even if it's some business or company you don't know anything about, look into that company. See if don't just see that it is a company. Oh, okay, let's say that it's Jim Jones company. The Jim Jones company. Look into the background to see who owns the Jim Jones company, because the person who owns it may not be named Jim Jones. We can see where money comes from. It ain't, I mean, you can always see where money is coming from. But as far as Dolph, like I said, y'all, my head is hurting because stuff like this, it starts to you start thinking about this Dolph situation and how all of this stuff has been going on for a very long time, and then it came to a head, and you have grown people, you have older people who encouraged a lot of this stuff, people who even in this man's death, it seems like a lot of people are still hating him in his death. Folks, it's just a lot of the stuff that you see going on is completely unrealistic. Now, I will say this, and like I was saying before, I like Moneybagg Yo. I do. I like him. Well, I don't know him. I like his music. I think that he's talented. And in the very beginning, he was quiet. He was, he didn't have a whole lot to say. A lot of people were saying, well, he could have said rest in peace to Young Dolph, because Young Dolph gave him his first feature before anybody ever knew him. But we have to be realistic, y'all. Okay, and I'm not pointing any fingers at Moneybagg Yo. I can't understand though, because I've been seeing how Moneybagg has been moving lately, and it's almost like I said, people have gotten some type of false security because folks are all but saying that they are involved in something. They're all but saying it, and it's very disappointing. Now we have to let the lawmakers, or not, well, the lawmakers too, but the law enforcers do their job. But at the same time, we got to do our job. We don't support or allow our children to support anybody that is sending destruction back to the community. It ain't nothing for nobody to go put a park up. As a matter of fact, who cares about a park at this point? Because normally that's PR stuff. They ain't put no money behind that. They just put their face on it. It sounds good. I know how that works. When they say, I'm building a park, a lot of times they ain't put their money into nothing. It just sounds good. That person, that celebrity brings attention to that, right? They really ain't put no money behind it. And that politician goes and get that celebrity to do that because he gonna be standing right next to him. Your taxpaying dollars put that park there oftentimes, okay? So don't be fooled by anything like that, because you know what? Look at me, I put a park up. You ain't did nothing. Hey, how you feel about them facts? Hey, 901 Deshaun. But back to Moneybagg Yo, okay? So I was looking at Moneybagg Yo, and I'm not picking on Moneybagg Yo, and I'm not saying Moneybagg Yo has done anything. I think I'm just more so disappointed. I was looking at Moneybagg Yo, even though in the back of my mind, you cannot jump to conclusions. You have to let the investigators do their job. Now, I think I told you all, I felt like it was really strange that Straight Drop and them were found in Indiana. I think I've always said that. I always found that it was strange that they was found in Indiana. Okay. Hey, Miss Kimberly Spencer. Shantae Blunt, KL Field. Now, I told y'all I had talked to my cousin who is a lieutenant at the Indianapolis Police Department, and he kind of told me with that situation. Like I said, I don't really know what the truth is, but behind Shondell Barnett, all I know is it didn't sound right, and they didn't know that Brazil, Indiana had mistakenly let them out. No other city within Indiana knew that he was mistakenly let out. That within itself is strange. But I don't have a dog in that fight. I mean, I don't know what they're doing with that. So you think about Moneybag Yo, and you think about Zachary Randolph, you know, who allegedly has gang ties, that is from Fort Wayne, Indiana, the Marion area, which is Marion is like 20 minutes or so right outside of Fort Wayne. So they're really all there together. It's like on the outskirts of Fort Wayne. That's in Indiana. And Straight Drop was in Indiana. Now we know that Zachary Randolph is no longer living in Indiana, but he still has a home there. His family is still there. I'm not saying that anything was wrong. I'm just saying it just sounds weird. Out of all the places to stop at a hotel in Indiana, they didn't stop, I feel, until they got to their destination, and then they felt like they really had a home run. Somebody told on them. Who told on them? I don't know. You have to think about, there are a lot of snakes in this situation. As far as Straight Drop, I feel that Straight Drop was always, if somebody had to fall, okay, it was gonna be Straight Drop. That was already decided. I feel that's just my opinion. And if it goes up any further, and I'm not saying that CMG is involved at all, because I don't know. That's not for me to say. But it seems to me the stage is being set for a black youngster. If CMG is involved in this, allegedly, I'm not saying that they are, but I just see the types of games that people play when people are more, they feel like people are more expendable. They kind of put them out there to do arrogant stuff. Games like this have been played forever, y'all. People play games like, they've been playing games like this corporately and forever. Okay? And everybody think that we gang, we all together. But the truth of the matter is, the head person knows somebody got to fall. And in their mind, they have already decided who would be more expendable. Okay? But see, what they don't add into, what they don't think about is the fact that it probably ain't gonna go the way that they feel like it's gonna go. Because see, you always got somebody masterminding something. They always think they playing chess, but they don't intend on the feds taking them down too. I just don't think, in my opinion, that's why I say you have to let the wheels of justice turn. I'm not saying that CMG is involved. I'm just saying whoever the mastermind is, because you start looking at a lot of this stuff, and it would appear to me that it was quite a few people that conspired that wanted Dolph out of here. Now, me personally, and this is my opinion, I don't believe that it was Key Glock. I don't believe that it was anybody. I don't believe that it was Daddy O. I don't believe that it was any of them. And I'm going on record as saying it. I don't believe it. All of those people were benefiting together. Dolph was leading that ship. They were all benefiting together. Do I feel like somebody set him up? Somebody, yeah, I believe somebody that he may have been familiar with may have helped to set him up. I just don't believe it was none of the people around him. I'm talking about none of his pre-artists. I don't. That's just my opinion. I don't believe it. But what I can't understand is people will point the finger at his artists, but they'll look right over the obvious. Okay? They'll look over the obvious. People, we will support people that promote destruction. Anytime you can shoot somebody down as heinously as Dolph was shot down, that was heinous. And as a human being, you can make jokes about it, make songs about it, laugh about it, giggle about it. You too MFing evil for my children to be listening to you. See, we got to blame ourselves if we continuously allow our children to buy their music, if we continuously support them. You got grown kids, you need to be trying to tell them you grown. Okay? But this right here ain't right. We cannot support people, because what we do is we make them bigger. The more money they make, the worse they get. Some people can't handle money and power. But when people are heinously shooting and killing people within our community, we put the blame on the police, but we don't blame ourselves for continuously supporting them. Y'all, it's only 77 likes in the building. Y'all, please hit the like button. For those of you all that are just coming into the room, please hit the like button. Or if you have not hit the like button, please hit the like button. Also, if you have not subscribed to the channel, thank you, Lala Leroy. Please subscribe to the channel. But please hit the like button. That helps the video to circulate when you hit the like button. So please hit the like button. So, of course, when I come on here and I say, that this is a problem, and it is a problem. And I know with the Dolph situation, like I don't have the energy to blame somebody different every day. I don't. I just have to follow a trail of because it wasn't the first time that he was taken out, or somebody tried to take him out. That's what I keep saying. These people, whoever they were, tried to assassinate this young man twice before. So I don't think it's going to be that far off. And here's the thing about that. When you have weak politicians, okay, you have weak politicians, they're taking money for campaign, to buy signs and stuff like that, then people are able to come back to them for favors. We don't want them in office, because it never should have gotten this out of control anyways. It never should have gotten this out of control. If you feel like a politician is corrupt, see, our mayor can't run no more. So he don't really care what happens anyways, because he's termed out. He can only do 2 terms, and his term ends next year. So he couldn't care anyways. He gonna go back on to the outskirts of Memphis, in the suburbs. He might be saying a little bit of something now, because the word is he's planning to try to run for Congress. So what he does is, what a lot of these politicians do is, and I'm ready to tell the truth and shame the devil today, when they want to run for office, just like Biden did, they go get in the back pockets of these preachers with these big congregations. And there's so many people that have their preachers in high places that they should only have God. They sit up and listen to a preacher and let a preacher manipulate them into voting for somebody who has not done anything for the community. You have not seen out in the community in 4 years. You ought to be throwing rocks at him. Okay? When you see him standing up in that pulpit and your preacher, I ain't trying to tell you who to vote for now, but that's my friend. That's planting a seed. Because first of all, churches are non-profit organizations. They ain't supposed to be into that political stuff anyways. I would think that was against the law. but it happens. Oh, I was just passing through and Reverend so-and-so is a friend of mine. You ain't seen him in 4 years. And then before the church service is over, he's out the door because he don't want you to stop and talk to him. He just wants you to remember his name and face so you can vote for him and put him back in office. And then the same things happen over and over again, which is nothing. And you got a lot of these preachers who God gonna croak over if they don't get their life right, playing with God. God, he was doing it in the Bible days. They gonna flatline up in that pulpit playing with God and misleading God's people. But we got minds of our own. When you see stuff like that happen, what they're not gonna tell you is that politician has promised them and their children a job, not you, but their children get some of the top jobs. And then he hand them a donation. I know they get donations because when they was coming over there to do interviews at my studio, they say that they're in their campaign money, they have to make sure the preachers with the big churches are budgeted. Okay? So they get paid, but you're not going to know that. And all of these people, and I got to say this because I get real emotional and compassionate, have been a part of escorting Pharaoh into our community because the Black communities are the communities that suffer the most, and the poor white people. A lot of the people that we have put faith in, because as Black people, we're always looking. That's why we don't sit guiding them down while they trolling, because we got the power to stop that. The record companies ain't gonna put no money behind them if we don't support them. If we don't play their stuff, they're not gonna get the funds. That's how you make somebody get some act right. Because it ain't nowhere in the world we should be supporting anyone, whether they was involved or not, that's trolling and making fun of another Black man being killed. You got that much hate in your heart, you ain't got no business being supported. Because that sets the tone in our communities. Okay? But you have a lot of these, our leaders, that fail us, and because they come into the church, and they say what a law this, their voice trembles, and this and that, they come and they'll pass out a fruit. I'm gonna tell you what they say is, we got to go to the Black communities, but we got to raise some money. We got to go and do a barbecue. We'll get some bologna because you got to give them something free. That's how we're gonna get the vote. That's what they do to us. That's why I don't have no issues when I get on my TV show and I tell them, keep on. I'm going to expose you. That's why I was having pastors calling me left and right, especially those big ones that take the money up under the table. God says you ain't supposed to put your mouth on the man of God. I said, God didn't tell me you was a man of God. A lot of y'all say a lot of y'all wasn't called. Some of y'all just went. Pharaoh, let our people go because you Pharaoh. They hang up in my face. Okay? Because see, I don't play that. Don't call me with no mess, because if you call me with some mess, I'm going to give you some mess. Just like Joe Biden. A lot of people are up in arms about these rappers going over to the White House, and we don't really know what happened, because it seems like since that happened, a lot of people have been real arrogant. So we don't really know what went on the inside. Anytime you can walk out with an arrogance, as if I can say this, because what did Moneybag Yo put on his page, and it could not have meant nothing. He said, Nusky, I'll do anything for you, and I ain't finished. He wasn't saying that type of stuff at first. Joe Biden understands that he is in trouble. Okay? But we don't need people like him and Kamala. Even if they getting bills passed, somebody said it has something to do with a bill they trying to get passed where rappers cannot be convicted on their rhymes. But these rappers are so crazy, they'll go and get somebody or take somebody out and then rap about it, and then they don't want to be convicted of it. They don't feel like they should be convicted of it. They just want to be able to taunt the families and put fear within the people. Me personally, I feel like Joe Biden want this to happen in the Black community. He never even wanted his kids to go to school with blacks. That's what he said. So he's saying that's their communities. They can take it. They can kill each other out. That's better for me. He don't have to live in our communities. But we as the people, we'll sit up and we'll let people get us emotional. And it ain't nothing worse. To me, it's just one of my pet peeves. And women, we got to stop it. I can't stand to see a man, especially trying to send women out. You go do this, and they running. They all getting charges put all on them. And they got kids. Negro ain't got a pot to piss in or a window to throw it out of. He can't help you with your attorney's fees because everybody ain't gonna deal with you harassing them. They gonna play ball with you. You go do this. Yeah, they running. I'm gonna tell you one of the reasons why that there are some men that I watch and they just flat out leaders, and I can't get enough of watching them. Co-figure is one of them. Okay, co-figure is a leader because the first thing he'll say is a leader leads by example. A lot of people don't know what leaders are. Leaders lead by example. Co-figure will say, I'm gonna go do this. I'm gonna start this. I'm gonna be in the front. I'm gonna go do this. And then he'll show you what to do. This is gonna be the results. I'm gonna be the one leading this. I just need y'all support. That's a leader. A BS are gonna try to send you out. And we got a lot of those in our community. They start riots. They ain't gonna tell you no solutions. And that's what's wrong. We in our communities, we kind of deal with people based on emotion. All they got to do is sound good. We ain't gonna go do no research. They just need to sound good. That's why a lot of these preachers able to get over. And I'm a Christian. I goes to church. Okay? But can't nobody tell me who to vote for. When we talk about the Bible, I'm going to go back and read it. I don't just take somebody's word for it. But instead, we'll start riots. We'll let somebody get us emotional. That's what they do in the Black community. A white police and shot a Black guy, which is bad. Especially if it's an innocent Black man. But how come we ain't getting that emotional on all of this Black on Black crime? We'll sit up and blame the police. Well, you know, the police ain't trying to do nothing. Well, you know what happened? The police come to you. You see what? I ain't seen nothing. I ain't no snitch. Yeah, but little Junebug raping all the little girls in the neighborhood, though. You got kids in the neighborhood. I had let the police do their job. I ain't gonna tell nothing. So you got more loyalty to Junebug, who has been terrorizing your neighborhood. And you got little girls and you got sons that live in that neighborhood, and you worried about being called a snitch, and you got to live in that neighborhood. Anytime people try to put you to shame for trying to straighten up your community, it is because they're the ones that's terrorizing the neighborhoods. They don't want you to tell on them and their family. They couldn't care less about you. It's their family. They know their family ain't gonna come and rape them. So they try to put you to shame so their sons can keep raping all the little girls in the neighborhood. And it's a damn shame when we got more loyalty to a criminal than we do our own children and ourselves, because we got to stay in these neighborhoods. It's easy. People say, well, it's easy for you to. Who is this texting me? Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I forgot I can't say the R word. The R word. I'm sorry. Thank you, Kim. Kim had to text me. I forgot when you say the R word, they will strike you. I'm sorry. Okay. Y'all know I get emotional. As far as Young Dolph situation, I do believe that there's gonna be justice. But if we truly want justice, we truly want people to stop terrorizing our neighborhoods. The thing about it is folks don't have an issue with getting the people at the lowest on the totem pole. But we got to encourage the people who know what has happened to get the root of the tree, which are the people at the very top. It's a darn shame, when we have loyalty. I think about Young Dolph, how he kept waving the white flag. As I was saying, the other day when I was on Shaka Zulu, that's one of my favorite movies. And one of King Shaka's quotes is that my dad has always lived by, and that resonates with me so much, is never leave an enemy behind, because he'll rise up and come at your neck again. And you think about that's one of the arts of war. You think about how these people kept trying to take Dolph out. Okay, they kept trying to take him out. He kept waving away. He wouldn't go to court. Whoever, even I don't know, but people kept trying to take him out. He had the money to go and retaliate, but he didn't. And I'm not saying he should have went and killed anybody, but at least he should have showed up at court. You don't let nobody make you have more loyalty to the people that's trying to take your life than you do to yourself. And anybody that think that way is garbage. You don't let people consistently come at your neck and you don't do anything about it. That's having more loyalty to the people that's terrorizing the neighborhoods and the people that's trying to take you out. You don't let little Rufus rape the little girls in the neighborhood. I'm sorry, or sexually assault the little girls in the neighborhood, and you don't do anything about it. I ain't no snitch. That means we're a big part of the problem, because if we truly, you can't serve two masters. Either you want justice for Dolph or you don't. There are people that know and got proof of the very people at the top that did this. We can't discourage them. We have to encourage them. And I ain't saying, and the people already know who they are. But it's a shame for all the people at the bottom to go to jail and the masterminds not. And then after these people are tucked away in jail for the rest of their lives, they start grooming and working on another group of people. And it's a repetitive cycle. We got to encourage people to do the right thing. If our communities are going to start to blossom and groom, we don't need garbage in our communities. God bless you to make a whole lot of money. I can't understand why a lot of killing have to go on anyways. Stay away. You hear a lot of people, they make it out the communities. They start making a lot of money. You never hear from them again. I ain't got no problem with that. Just stay away. Don't show your neck, nothing. But my God, don't send destruction back. And that's what's going on. And nothing is happening. Y'all, I got upset tonight. I'm a real passionate person. I'm getting ready to drop the link. I was going to talk about Straight Drop and Cornelius. Nothing but Straight Drop and Cornelius had court today. And it was rescheduled. That's all. Um, I was intending to, but I have to be very careful about what I say on here because I don't want it. I don't want for people when people trust you and you say stuff you don't ever want to because the enemy is always watching. See, you can't tell the enemy too much. It gives them the opportunity to strategize. You have to understand everybody around those areas know everybody. When you start dropping gems and saying a little bit, people that could be witnesses, I believe, because you hear those attorneys say, well, they still gotta they still have not given us everything. I do believe that they're taking their because they want to protect. A lot of these defense attorneys play dirty, and this is a high profile case. They want to. Those defense attorneys ain't got to live in the hood. They couldn't care nothing about Young Dolph. They want to win because it's gonna be on TV. So if they can if they can figure out who all of the witnesses are, just like Ganguly was letting it be known that somebody might say something, might turn, they'll be dropping little stuff into the atmosphere, and then people come up missing or be too afraid to come to court. Those are the types of games that they play. So that's why I'm very meticulous. If somebody tell me something, I have to pray about it. Should I say something? No, the enemy is always watching. I ain't gonna let them strategize. Not as far as I'm concerned. How you doing? Rest in peace, Young Dolph.
Hey, Tamer. I
Hey,
just
how you
want.
doing?
I'm doing fine. How about you?
I'm good.
I just want to come on and say you made a point when you said the little line he said about Newski. I can't really remember, but he should be wanting to tell his artists to stay away from Memphis. Cause them people shot at him the other day, Big 30.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he was out
Somebody
there.
somebody shot at Big 30.
Yeah, he was out there throwing money, and car pulled up, shot at him. Well, they ain't shoot him, but shot at him.
Oh wow.
Yeah, you know how Dolph had did after his first show, pulled back up to the hood threw money.
Mm-hmm.
That what he tried to do, but it went
And
like a show though. But he basically pulled up and tried to throw money and
mm-hmm.
shot at him.
Wow. You're right. That's what he needs to be trying to tell his artists to stay safe and to stay away. But instead, you see a lot of these people, for some reason, they stay away, but they encourage
They're
these my little
artists,
soldiers, they encourage them to go get themselves knocked off.
right? I be noticing that. The thing about D Money too, a lot of people ain't believe it. Dolph went close with him. Only reason Dolph hang with any of them Trula boys because of D Money. I mean J Money. The word
And
going around.
he sure said that. He said that he sure said it. He
The
said
word
that
was
they
going
weren't, he
around. They were
said he
trying to
wasn't.
get over on Dolph. D Money was trying to help Trula get over on Dolph.
Mm-hmm.
That when they departed. Cause Dolph was going at first they was gonna do paper out Trula, but when Dolph saw they real them, he was like he thought twice. He went with the paper out. He changed from paper out entertainment to paper out empire.
Mm-hmm. Wow. He sure said it. He said, and he was the police major over that precinct.
That's what
He's
I was saying. If somebody told Tamer that, he know exactly what he talking about. And I know Tamer wouldn't lie about nothing like this.
no, I wouldn't lie. He sure said it. He said that when they would make the scene, he said their thing was when they retaliated, they would pull the pants down and shoot the op in the butt.
I heard about that too. It really started with when Trula, well, D Money when he dissed that boy from Double R. They got a whole song about it. When they said they left Fat Bone Tread Street, they were talking about D Money. It's a whole song about it. And Big Aunt wasn't even in that song. That was somebody else who's still out here on the streets in Memphis.
Mm-hmm. This is sad, you know. Do you so how do you feel? Do you live in Memphis?
I told you I didn't because I didn't want to give myself away, but I be around the stadium.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, are you disappointed by how the politicians are?
I'm very disappointed because think about it. It's a lot of stuff Dolph wanted to do, but he ain't really go to the internet.
Mm-hmm.
He wanted to kind of work with the politicians, but it was, if I say like, it was on a Dolph was too independent, and that's racist.
Mm-hmm.
That's why a lot of the people they don't do a lot of. You can see Gotti. I ain't even trying to make it about him, but he get treated like God. Say for instance, certain people they treated Dolph good, but at the same time they really ain't care for Dolph because he wasn't. I don't know how to say it. Dolph was too thorough, bro. If anybody know Dolph, they know Dolph wasn't sending nobody on no crash landing mission, when paying them to do nothing. It just a lot.
Mm-hmm. Well, I do believe at some point, well, as far as a lot of the crash dummies that they send out, but if they're convicted, and they will be, and the people at the root of this are not, it's still a travesty of justice because it's not going to stop. It's one thing, even if they had nothing to do with this, it's tasteless and tacky to insinuate that you did and be putting out songs for everybody, especially the youth, because they still have a responsibility to the people that made them rich. We make them rich, our children do. They have a responsibility to the community that has made them rich, and the communities that they have came from, because they came out of these communities. But what happens is they come out, and then they take the people that they truly care about, their immediate family, out, and they just send destruction back. They couldn't care less about who's in it and who get killed. And then parents are okay with somebody just putting the RIP up there. That was my big dude. Oh, did you see that celebrity? When if it wasn't for that celebrity, your child would probably still be here. He acknowledged
Right,
my son when he the reason your son gone.
right. Like I ain't gonna say her name, but it's this one lady from Memphis tried to make it seem like Dolph wasn't actually helping her kids out when Dolph, oh my God, he took this man on a royalty tour. You don't have to pay for nothing. And she tried to get on there and say, oh, she don't know what she was when Dolph did this. Like, it be the little stuff. You have to appreciate that. Anybody could have wanted to go on a royalty tour. I know plenty of people wanted to.
It says Soldier Boy says we wouldn't feel this way about him if he passed away. I was like, sit down. Do you think that Soldier Boy is involved in this?
Wait. She said, Soldier Boy said we wouldn't feel. Of course, I wouldn't feel this way because Dolph was just so real. And yes, I think he involved. Like when people ask him about Dolph, he think it's a joke. He want to laugh, but when he really be copping please, when them CWM and Pre boys text him like 2 days after Dolph and ask him what that joking about Dolph Duff was about, he wanted to cop out, but he don't want to tell the internet that.
Hmm. How you doing, Harold?
Hey, sister, I'm blessed and high favor. Cannot complain. Got a day off, so I'm just really praising the Lord. Thankful. I've been listening to you for the whole time she's been on, so it's a
Mm-hmm.
lot of thoughts going through my mind in regards. when I just came to the phone, seeing that you had opening up for live, because I'm watching the Memphis and the Minnesota game, and when I walked away, Memphis was down. I came back, they was up by 3, so they just kind of like made me forget about all the thoughts that I was gonna say to you. I'm like, man, Memphis came back just that quick. And the fact that you from Memphis and all these things is going on in Memphis is like, but I want to, one of the thoughts I wanted to just kind of put out there to you, really, and in all sincerity, is that I was just, from listening to you on this one, and I was timing in a little bit on your last podcast when you was talking about the industry and whatnot. I'm gonna say this to you, and this is now having the opportunity to contemplate the fact that when you was giving me that information about Miss Crenshaw and how her part in the Martin Luther King Jr. coming to Memphis, and the part that she played in the workers, in the same, I think it was the garbage workers, I believe.
Yeah, the sanitation workers.
Sanitation workers, and the part that she played. See, sister, I'm probably about 3 or 4 years older than you. So I have to say this to you in all sincerity and in all humility, as I thank God and I praise my Heavenly Father for allowing me the opportunity to say these words to you in all sincerity, in all humility. Like, you are the voice of this modern movement, like Miss Crenshaw was. Like, and if you wasn't, I wouldn't even be telling. I don't flatter anybody. Like, I don't do that. I mean, I'm a very serious type of person. You know what I mean? And I've noticed your passion, your zeal, your determination, your steady, consistent loyalty to not only the situation with Dolph. Dolph was just Dolph was the situation that fueled your passion. And I just want to let you know, like, you know what I mean, what you doing, it's not going unnoticed. It's like what Miss Crenshaw did. You know what I mean? It's like it's stirring us. You got some straight up generals out here. Like, I could turn on my camera right now and let you see my place. Like, I'm a flat out king. A lot of people say I look like Young Dolph. A lot of people say I look like Jamie Foxx. Like, I'm a king. And I mean, like, I am that. I'm humble, and like, I thank God. And I just want to let you know, like, what you doing, that's why I know. I don't even have to be sitting up here and like being in tune with what's going on with Young Dolph, because I know you on the case. I'm not saying you on the case and solving, but I know your eyes is what's going on. And I know Dolph on the other side, I know he content with the situation. You got a powerful voice. That's the point I wanted to make. You got a powerful voice. You know what I'm saying? So, like, I know you get passionate in certain things, man, like hit you heated and whatever. But at the end of the day, everybody in this country we live in, y'all down in Memphis. I'm in Kansas right now. We all know this is a different time right now. Like, it's like we know about certain dirty politicians and certain dirty cops and certain individuals out here doing certain things, but it's like when you in dark, you don't realize the light that's out here.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? It's like, and it's like nobody's getting away with nothing, because we living in a different time. We living in a different day. And it's like, and people out here, like I was trying to tell you the last time when I was here, like, people out here are trying to intimidate and bully the wrong person, because you got an army. I just told you on the line down here, you got an army behind you. And this army ain't talking about no earthly army. Go read your scriptures. You read it, you quote that word out. We're talking about the army of heaven. Mm-hmm. No one is going to get around God. No one, I don't care. And I said, whoever, and you know this far better than I know this. And I give you, no one is going to get away with what they did to Young Dolph. We're not selling them for these two young guys who y'all put up in our face. We want the people who put that bag up on, because this type of activity going to stop.
Yes, it is. It's got to stop.
It is going to stop.
What we got to do is, because I know oftentimes we're always pointing the fingers. Well, this person needs to do this, when we have the power, because the majority of the people within those communities know exactly, or have some proof of exactly who the top people are. But as I say all the time, you know, I don't take the blame off of the police. They got to make the citizens feel safe enough to speak. But we got to stop shaming these people, because I don't live in the hood. But I ain't going to shame nobody about trying to clean up their hood. And being out of the hood, I sure ain't going to send destruction back to the hood. And that is what is going on. It's unacceptable. And these politicians don't care, because a lot of the people that can brag about they all up under politicians and donating funds to campaigns wouldn't have that type of power if we did the research and then voted them out. People lose power. The people are the ones, see, they try to make us feel powerless, but we have all the power. We're powerful.
Exactly.
Because they don't get into office unless we vote them in.
Exactly.
They play so many games over the internet with the people. What they do is, and I learned this because my dad was an elected official for 20 years. When they want to deter the people from voting, they will get some interns, and they'll act like they be Caucasian interns oftentimes, and they'll put out over the internet, you know, I had this type of experience at the voting poll. Our vote don't count. I ain't gonna vote. It ain't even no need for me to vote, and it goes viral. And then everybody take on their attitude. I ain't gonna vote. My vote don't count. Those are the types of games that they play when they want to control you. And so you have a lot of people. Did you see that post? This lady said this, and that happened at the poll. She right. Our vote don't count. I ain't gonna even waste my time. And that's what they want, so they can vote their same people back in.
Let me give you an example real quick of how I was just talking to my roommate. We ride down the street, and on 1 Street, 9th Street, and it's like it's not in good condition. So we was in here talking. I said, and because I heard a conversation that you had, and I said, that's me and your job. I know a lot of people. I know judges. I know probation officers. I know prosecutors. I know city officials. I was like, me and your job, and she's right now getting off into real estate. I said, me and your job is to go down there to the city officials and continue to let our voice be heard about what's going on 9th Street, these roads. It's like, that's what we're supposed to do. But if we sitting back, like, and I'm just using that as a simple term, you know what I'm saying? Like, but if you don't know your power, if you don't know the power of your voice, because that's our biggest power, our voice. Martin Luther King Jr. gave his life to show us that.
That's true.
And that's why
these artists that we complain about, that's trolling Dolph, that's sitting up talking bad about Dolph, we can stop that.
Oh yeah. Let me say, let me give you one. Not to cut you off. Can I give you one example of what I'm telling you? But I said this to you on the last time on your last, and I heard you say this I think I heard you mention this earlier on the podcast. Where me, I'm not, and I don't have anything against, and I'm gonna tell you this: I don't have anything against nobody in CMG. I don't have anything against Black Youngster, Money Bagger. I used to listen to all their music before Dolph got killed. And Dolph was saying, I really didn't like when Black Youngster dropped Check Something. I thought that was untasteful. And I still kind of like Black Youngster, but I really wasn't really. I was like, and then 100 Shots. I was like, I'm telling you my natural procession when I'm dealing with CMG and PRA. And then once Dolph got killed, it was like all bets off. I don't have to hear what the Memphis PD or the federal government needed. Dolph told me I can go right now and look at all the interviews Dolph told me. So if I'm gonna wait, I'm not gonna accuse CMG, Yo Gotti, Black Youngster, Money Bag, CNG, 42 Doug, Lil Migo, Yahoo. I'm not gonna accuse any of y'all. But I know for my fact, I know for what I know. I'm from the streets. I know what I seen. I know what I heard. So for me personally, I'm not patronizing any NC. Even if I want to listen to any CMG artists, I don't. Just personally, I don't listen. They may have some good music, but I don't listen to none of the artists. 42 Doug, Black Youngster, Moneybag Yo, Young Gotti, Little Migo. I don't listen to none of them. You know what I'm saying? When I do right now. If I go get my other phone right now, you're gonna see Young Dolph. You're gonna see Key Glock. You're gonna see a lot of paper. You're gonna see a lot of other stuff. You know what I mean? But that's just me until this stuff is resolved. Because Young Dolph was my brother, period, point blank, and I love that. I never got the chance to go see him in concert. One time in 2019, when me and my cousin was in Fayette, Arkansas, we seen one of Dolph camo cars. I think it was his vet or his lamb or one of them. And my cousin told me they go Young Dolph right there. That's the only time I ever even been in the vicinity of him. I love Young Dolph. Like, that's my little brother, period. Like, if somebody had killed one of my I would be sitting here feeling sick. So, like, I'm not my part. Like I said, I don't know. I'm not there in the streets of Memphis. I don't know what happened. I'm just trying to say what Young Dolph told me out his own. You go look at the videos. Young Dolph told me himself that Yo Gotti was hating on him. He didn't say nothing. And then once he said Yo Gotti was hating on him, Black Youngster dropped his video, Shake Some. Like, man, come on, Black Youngster. You didn't have, and then Moneybag Yo, you and Yo Dolph did I Need a Plug together. Y'all did a song together. Like, come on, bro. Like, come on, man. Like, man, don't do my bro like that. Now, I can't sit up here like that's why I told you the other day, I honor you, I respect you, I love you, like you a queen, because you help me keep my emotions in right. Like, let the officials do their job. Give them that much. You know what I mean? Whether it's the Memphis PD or whether it's the federal government, give them the opportunity to do their job. And I'm doing that on the strength of my sister Jamira. Like, okay, because that sister keep me calm. But like everybody know, if you an investigator, you see this is my real name, my government name. You can go look me up. I don't play. You know what I'm saying? Like, I never played. Like, I never played with this system. Like, if I'm with you, I'm with you. If I'm not, I'm not. You know what I mean? And it's like, I love Young Dolph. Ever since I came in contact with his music, his hustle, and what he stand for, his brain, Paper Route Empire, like, yeah, I'm gonna mess with that. And I always thought that CMG and PRE was gonna eventually work all this out, and we was gonna go off into this time like doing big things and seeing big things. But this put a whole monkey wrench in the game. So like, I'm just kind of sitting back, like looking and hoping and praying. Like earlier, I think I heard earlier that one of the sisters that y'all was praying, and I was just listening to that prayer that said, I was just sitting back, man, that's what I'm talking about. Look at my sisters, like Miss Crenshaw, like that's what I'm talking about. Like now it makes sense why I'm so drawn to you, sister. You know what I'm saying? Because you come from that pedigree. And everybody who know, and everybody who know your connections know, man, like, you not to be played with. You know what I'm saying? I'm looking forward to the time when I can see you in person, like, because I know you about your work. And that's a fact. You know what I mean? And it couldn't have happened. I mean, R.I.P. Young Dolph. Like, man, that's my brother, man.
Rest
But
in peace, Young
I
Dolph.
mean, man, I love you, bro, man. But you gotta know, you on the other side, bro. I know Dolph right now, man, giving this like, cause he, man, like, with sisters like you, and I'm right here behind you, man. Ain't nothing, man. We gonna know the truth about what happened to Young Dolph. Period, point blank. Y'all not about to tell us none of this other stuff, man. We gonna know the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help us, God.
That's right. How you doing, Miss Kimberly?
Good evening. I'm doing well, and you all?
I'm doing good.
Yes, hi, sister.
Awesome. Howard, have you liked the video yet? Come on now, you gotta like the video, bro.
You said, have I liked the video?
Have you hit the like button?
I always go through and hit like button on all your videos. If I hadn't on this video, I'm gonna hit like button. I'm gonna hit it on this video and any other video I see. Always. That's like a mandatory to me.
Thank you. I love your passion, and it's okay when you get emotional because this is your passion and this is your life dedication. So we appreciate you expressing your passion, because people need to understand all police officers, all law enforcement are not crooked and evil. There are some for sure, but not all. And there are a lot who are for the people. And even though you don't work directly with the police department, you still do your job. And I want to salute you. Thank you. You're so welcome. And Brother Howard, breathe. Please breathe.
You say breathe.
Yes,
Hey, I
breathe.
I love
Harold is
I
passionate. You
love
can tell that
I
Harold is
love deep
passionate.
breathing.
Is
I
it
love
Howard or
deep.
Harold?
No,
Thank
it's
you,
Harold.
Harold.
Harold,
It's
I'm
Harold.
sorry. Yes, I love
Harold.
your passion too. But
I love.
okay.
I thank you for that. I love deep breathing. Let me take in a
Yes.
couple just for you.
All right. I love it. Thank you. But yes, as far as the votes are concerned, you are right. They do play crooked things and then that puts in the mindset, oh, it don't count anyway. But that's why I tell people your local vote counts more than your federal vote. Don't
That's
just vote
right.
when it's a presidential race. Vote outside of that season, like this season, because this is what really affects you immediately. So please don't complain. If you're gonna complain, vote. If you're not gonna vote, don't complain.
That's right. That's right.
Because your vote
Um,
has power.
our vote has power, and that's what we have to do before we get mad. And because you have, if we're going to be leaders, we have to lead people right. Because you have a lot of people that's passionate. Like I listen to Harold. Harold is passionate. So when
Absolutely.
you have people that are passionate, sometimes when you plant good seeds, and you
Mm-hmm.
have people that are willing to, they go, oh, that's all I got to do. Because sometimes people just don't know. And you start informing people on what to do. We can't just complain and not have a solution. And the
Absolutely.
solution ain't going burning up stores, kicking down this and tearing up, burning up houses in the neighborhoods you gotta live in. I've never
My
Can I ask you,
understood that.
can I ask you two
my
sisters a
motto,
question?
my motto's
Can I ask
always
you two
been,
sisters a question?
Yeah,
Can
go
I ask
ahead.
you a question? Do y'all think Martin Luther King Jr. was passionate?
of course, that's a no-brainer.
I'm just wondering. I mean,
Um, my motto has always been, don't tear somebody up without building them back up. Tear them down without building them back up. And I even do that with my children when I discipline them for something they have done wrong. I discipline them, but I also embrace them with love as well.
That's right. Natural Born Queen said, research everyone on the ballot. Absolutely.
Exactly. That's what I'm talking
so
about.
Absolutely.
And see how they vote. And if they vote according to your liking, if not, don't vote for that person or
so
persons.
let me ask y'all one more question then,
Okay.
if I may. And I don't know if y'all both are, y'all may not be historians, so y'all may not know this. Give me like one or two items that Martin Luther King would have just been totally like just passionate about, like it's probably just really boiled me and Martin Luther King Jr. up. Like, what are a couple of issues back then that really, if y'all aware of, that really would have made Martin Luther King just boil, just hot.
Made him do
This
what
black
now?
on black crime killing.
Exactly.
I
The
mean, back
youth
then,
and the
back when he was
music.
preaching, I'm saying back when he was preaching, what was a couple of issues that made Martin Luther King passionate or hot or upset or angry? Back when he
The
was preaching,
injustice.
what kind of injustice? Like, give me an example.
The
We're talking
lynchings.
The
exactly. We're talking
lynching?
about racial injustice. We're talking about
Oh,
educational injustice and just plain human injustice because black people were not considered. We're like subhumans. They didn't consider us as regular humans.
so I heard the lynchings too. So that made Martin Luther King. Let's be fair. He was when he looked. I mean, cause I got a couple of items that I know made Martin Luther King really really hot. One of the items was the Vietnam War. You know what I mean? Us going over there to fight that war and knowing that we was over here dealing with all these inhumane
Well,
conditions.
let me say this too, because a lot of people don't know this, and I learned this because um um a lot of people don't even know that Dr. King he was killed in 68 because they kind of black that they kind of want you to only remember him as having a dream. But Dr. King didn't die because he had a dream. He died because he woke up, right?
True. Go ahead.
He
Absolutely.
died
True.
because he woke up. I think when Dr. King started to realize, when he says, I feel like I fear that I have led my people into a burning house, I understood what he meant, because he understood that we still were not having any equality. What he did was he integrated us, but they still did not look at us as being equal.
Right.
Okay.
Equal human beings.
So when
Absolutely.
he started talking about, Dr. King was killed because I believe it was either that month or the month after they were supposed to go back and do a march on Washington because he was asking for reparations, because he found out that I do believe that the Jews was getting reparations. So he didn't die because he had a dream. And that's why I tell people to study your history, which is nothing wrong with the Jews getting reparations. He was just saying, I want the African Americans to get it. And we're going back because he said they had always told the blacks, even though we were our ancestors were made to be slaves, they said the black man need to pull himself up on his own bootstraps.
Right.
And he said, so I've led my people into a burning house. We're going back and doing another march on Washington, and our people deserve reparations. And they killed him. So I know exactly why he was killed, but a lot of other people don't know.
Allegedly, if I may say, I don't know if I should say this or not, but I am saying allegedly. If I'm disrespecting anybody, please don't take it that way. But allegedly killed by his own government.
Well, I can believe that. And he had a lot of, and that's why I say we got to stop, because even back then, my dad talked about how when Dr. King would come to Memphis, oftentimes he would stay at Miss Crenshaw's house. My dad said Miss Crenshaw said Dr. King would sit up late nights. He knew that he had people within his camp that was working close to him that was backstabbing him. He said, when Miss Crenshaw said, he would say, I know that there's something that they're backstabbing me, but I can't stop now. I got to keep going.
And they're always going to be a backstabber or a Judas in any group.
Well, we know one thing to be a fact, because of the information. I mean, the counterterror pro and the part that, J. Edgar Hoover and those, man. I mean, I'm not going to. It's just if you do your research, it's already said, it's already out there. I mean, Martin Luther King, man, like I right now, if I go look at Martin Luther King and that one, I think it was April the 4th in 1968 he got killed, right? April the 4th.
Right, and here's the thing: we still are letting people buy us out. You think about the music industry. I'm gonna go a little further.
Go ahead.
Now, these black men are the ones with the talent. You got black men that are the ones with the talent. They should be getting 85%. Anybody else, 15%.
Preach.
But instead, they let them make them the workhorse. We kill each other. We go preach all this destruction, and they get 15%. And then they'll tell them you can get extra money if you go do this. You go sign this little hood right here. You work him, this, and that. And then you breed in a lot of young men. When they finally wake up, they're angry. They get them on drugs so that they can control them. This is what is going on. That's why I have an issue with Nick Rose that took Dolph down, because he was trying to do it differently when all their asses should have been trying to do it the same damn way.
Exactly.
Oh, I get really mad about that.
But it's like, when you think about it, it's like when the situation when let's go back to the first case, the first murder case with Cain and Abel. It's going and it's processed that the underlying theme with that act when Cain killed Abel. The whole thing came down to simple jealousy because Abel gave a better gift offering to God than Cain, and Cain took issue with the wrong person. And then God asked him, man, what had you done? Abel blood cried for justice for you. And that's the same way we speaking of when we talking about when Young Dolph. See, it's like we got, like, when you really look at it, like some people might take my passion as like, man, I'm understanding, everything that's happening is put together by God for us to understand what our moves must be as a people, as a generation.
God is going to get the glory out of it. But as I always say, faith without works is dead. We can pray, but we can pray until, I always say this, we can pray until the cows come home. But if we going to pray and we ain't going to put no works to it, all we're going to have is some busted up bloody knees.
Right.
I said all the time, we got to put the works behind it. We can't sit up and say, well, I just pray that they find out what happened. They get everybody
Right.
that happened to Young Dolph and keep your mouth closed, and then try to
Preach.
tell anybody that no, not to talk. That's an
Man, go
oxymoron.
ahead. Man, go
And
ahead.
another
Preach.
thing,
Speak it to the
when
choir.
and
Yeah. Sorry,
another
sis.
thing, go ahead.
No, sorry, sis. Go ahead.
I was gonna say another thing. I can't allow my mind to compute the fact that some people will say, we want justice for Dolph or justice for XYZ, but freedom guys who allegedly in jail for allegedly killing them. Like, how ludicrous is that?
Absolutely. You constantly see it, and it's a shame that so many people, and people can make their money how they want to, but people mislead their communities. There are so many people, even with the narrative trying to be changed on what happened to Young Dolph. There's so many people that are taking money that claim that really has been bought out by whoever it is that is behind this, and they get paid to take the people in a different direction. And that's why I say we have to do the research, because so many people are blindly misled. But it's a shame when people, and I'm not telling anybody how to make their money. It's not against the law to make a fool out of people. But it's a shame when people are willing to take dimes and nickels to sell out the future of their very own people, or to try to mislead people when they know that what has happened to Young Dolph is wrong.
And concur to that also. Gosh, I forgot what I was going to say. I'm sorry. I got to come back in a second. I was reading the chat and it messed me up. It came back. Our morals should not be bought. There should not be a dollar amount for us to sell who we are as a people, as a person. Our character should never be up for sale. And that's pretty much what's going on in the industry, in politics, and all these other different entities, including, I hate to admit it, but the gangs as well.
But you would think about one thing when you talk about when you reflect on the history of dictator type of people, like people feel like their possessions or their things yields them power to do things that are immoral. I mean, when you can go back and we look at a case where Pharaoh and Moses, Pharaoh honestly in his opinion or his thoughts, he believed that he was God until God destroyed him and brought him down. You know what I mean? Like, see, that's same way as Nebuchadnezzar, when God had him out in a field, man, with the hay. See, people don't realize. I don't care if you Steve Jobs, whoever you are. Like, one day we all are. It may be this moment where we got to answer to a creator that controls the breath of everybody on this planet. See, this is one thing about it. See, you got away. I mean, you killed Dolph, but you're not gonna get away with it, because that's the nature of creation. You got to answer for that. That's why God, when you go back into Revelation, God said murderers will not have a part of the kingdom of heaven. You can't be murdering nobody, because God is the father of creation. That's why when you see somebody get killed, I've witnessed it hurts. Like that's why so many people like it's just for Dolph, because that brother man had a whole lot of glorious years before him.
Even nature did not agree with his murder, that an earthquake happened. Am I right or wrong?
No. I mean, it's like, and so I'm confident when I sit back and when I'm not online, I'm sitting back listening to my sister, and she hitting that drum beat. I'm like, yeah. Because we know there's a power greater than us all. And this is one thing I'll be saying to, I've had conversation with atheists and non-believers, this and that. I'm like, and I was just telling this to my friend, it don't matter if you believe God is not real or not. It's like, it don't matter if you believe I'm real or not. I'm real. I'm here. I'm a human being. I talk, I walk, I see. It don't matter if you don't believe that God is real or not. You'll find out one day, maybe soon, it may be later.
That's true.
And God is not allowing none of these things is going to go without being answered.
I want to get back in the chat, Tamara.
Okay. Thank you for coming up, Kim.
You're very welcome.
Samuel says, "Hey, Miss T." Hello, Samuel. Thank you, Miss Kimberly Spencer. Little Miss Muffin says, Miss T, see how now these bloggers talking about they know who the witnesses are, like they're trying to scare them. I'm like, why would y'all do that? They can't want justice for Dolph White. You can't. I hope nobody is doing that. God knows, I hope nobody would know who the witnesses are, and they're trying to scare them. That is witness tampering and witness intimidation. And the FBI really need to know about that, because if these are real witnesses, why would you want to put a witness, especially if you want justice for Dolph? I didn't know folks was doing that. That's witness tampering. That's a crime. And it would seem that somebody might be behind paying whoever doing this. Why would anybody want to put a witness life in danger? And these are the people that's going to help to bring justice to young Dolph. Oh my God. D. Wade says, there it is in a nutshell. Black Swan says, Hoover kept spies always on MLK. You're right. Because see, you have to think about, these people are trying to get a little smart now. They don't want to send direct threats. So they have to put plants somewhere to expose some stuff to intimidate people. They're doing it a different way. That's why people got to open their eyes and wake up. You can't blindly follow people. That's messing up a case.
Sis, and what's so ironic or weird about this is, like, if what is being said to you and me, that these two individuals in here are the killers, like two people got out, and these are the people that we got our killers. What are we talking about in April of 2022? But me and you both know it's more to the story. So that's what the issue is. That's where all these threats is coming from. Because if Cornelius and what's his name was the only two people that they the killers and it's all to it, then why are all these threats coming about? And what's up with all that?
Absolutely. How you doing, Samuel?
Hey, how you doing, Miss Sam?
I'm doing good. You have anything you want to say?
Yeah, actually, I just chimed in a couple of minutes ago. Actually, I kind of came in on the back end of the conversation. I saw a few comments or whatnot, but just to chime in as far as with the Dolph situation or whatnot. One thing I did want to say, one thing that I've learned that before Dolph's death, I don't think Memphis had a death as major since Dr. King. But I did want to fill some people in on some things as far as not so much as with conspiracy, with actual proven facts. When Dr. King was assassinated, a lot of people don't even know that in 1999, his son, Martin Luther King III, they took it back to the Supreme Court justice and they took it back to trial. And it was found that it wasn't James Earl Ray who actually pulled the trigger. It was actually other entities that had their hands in it. Actually, James Earl Ray was actually the fall guy, and Dr. King actually didn't pass on the balcony. He passed at Baptist Memorial. A lot of people don't know that. And I said that to say is that, with Dolph's situation, a lot more is going to come out with that. It's going to be a lot of surprises in that case to come out. If you ask me, that's just my personal opinion on it.
I think so too.
I think so too.
Yeah, see,
I think it's going to be. I think it's going to be a lot more surprises in this case. I think that's why you see a lot of the investigators that have got tight-lipped, because it's bigger than what anybody would ever think. That's why I can't understand. This is what's going on in Dolph's case. Anytime a case is this big, I know the public don't necessarily know, because they don't know what goes on behind the scenes of a case. But anytime there is a case, especially at the caliber of Dolph, when it ain't no telling how many players and big players that is behind this, you don't put information into the atmosphere.
True.
And when witnesses are scared and they're threatened, and you got people that'll do anything for money, your witnesses are going to be who truly are the ones that's going to help to get this case solved. They take you to the evidence and then their testimony. So you want to always keep them covered and safe. You don't need them being exposed. So it seemed like to me, that a lot of these people know who, because all these people know each other. That's what I was going to say. Everybody that live in the hood just about know each other. These folks gotta feel that somebody is going to work with the police, in which they should, because these folks live in these communities, so they should want their communities cleaned up. Okay.
See, one
So what
thing
they
that I
do
will,
is they'll try to pay different people to try to intimidate witnesses.
you know, it's crazy that you say that, because it's like in our community, in the black community, we talk so much about stopping the violence and everything, but in the same sentence would say, stop snitching, or, you know, I don't know what happened. And, you know, you right there, you saw what happened. You know, I'm I'm one of the type of people like this. In a situation like with Dolph, my little cousin, you know, 'cause people never really feel it till they hit home. You see what I'm saying? But everybody, they got this no snitching thing, and it's 2022. You know, it ain't even all about snitching. It's really about, you know, just really
Just
getting
doing
our
what's right.
neighborhood right. You know, getting everything back in order. You know, and if I mean, me, I'm a fair person. I believe in karma and everything. Okay, if we ain't snitching, let's say, okay, we ain't snitching and all that, right? Okay, even other communities, they take care of those who hurt those in their community. If you get what I'm saying, I'm gonna say that without saying a lot. You get where I'm coming from with that?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
You know,
Mm-hmm.
I'm not
Thank
saying
you,
that
Player Co,
I
for the
agree.
$5 super sticker. Thank you so much, Player Co.
You know, I'm not saying I agree with it, but you know, something got to change, because nothing's ever gonna change with, like you said. Okay, we got a high profile case like this. Now they trying to intimidate the witnesses, if that's the case of what's going on. But then at the same time, everybody talking about long live dog. Well, how you want justice, but at the same time, you know, the right people won't step up. You know, people not really speaking on what's really going on out there. They rather just keep it quiet. I'm sorry, I got to do a taste. Okay, that's, oh yeah, that's good. That's good. I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, that's one of the things that has hurt our community for, I know, at least the past 40 years. Because pre 1975 is, you know, our community was more close knit, and we
Hey,
all
brother,
know
can I
what's
ask you a
going on.
question quick? Can I ask you a question, brother?
Yes, sir.
I, I just it just kind of hit me, man. 'Cause not, and what part do you think the revelational power of God has, and what everything that's going on? Like, where we talking about Young Dolph, are we talking about Biden? We talking about the political thing? Like everything that's going on. Like, I don't know if you're a believer or not, but you may. But uh, are you a believer? Let me get to that point before I get to my question. Are
First,
you a believer?
first and foremost, let me say this right here. I'm from South Memphis, born and raised at Belmont Missionary Baptist Church. That's my
Okay, so
family
cool,
church.
cool. So let me ask you this question real quick. I mean, I don't need to hear your question. I want to ask you, get to this, because I want to hear your answer. Because I know you, I believe you got a real good answer, because you appear to be real sharp, man. I'm looking at you, man. But what part do you think the revelational power of God's word is being played in our time with all these events that's going on? From when we're talking about from Corona all the way up to then we're talking about Biden. Now we dealing with right now with young Dolph. Like what do you think God is presenting to us through His Word for us to ponder on, or for us, not just like my sister said, faith without work is dead. For us as a people in this generation to move and do. What do you think?
Well, I think right now, and you know, I was actually having this conversation a few days ago with one of my colleagues. Right now, we're actually living in a time right now of revelations. I've always said that with everything that's going on with the plague, we got, you know, Corona, 18 and 1. You know, it's been going on for a minute. It's been right here in our eyes. You know, and I think now is the time. And Cat Williams said it best: if you don't believe in nothing, you better believe in something right now, because it's happening. It's right in our face right now. You know, faith is the biggest thing we need to have right now, because, you know, this war is popping off, you know, and now it's said that the U.S. about to get ready to get up in it. You know, I'm not big on conspiracy theories, but a lot of the things that's going on in our world today, especially with politics right now, our government is a joke right now, and I'm just really
Absolutely.
being honest, and
Absolutely.
it's been a joke. Actually, see, everybody say it's been a joke since what's the orange guy, Donald Trump, became president. But me personally, I take it all the way back to when the son Bush was elected back in 2000. We all know that was a steal from Al Gore. So from that point right there, things
Okay.
started to change. And if we want to even take it back even further, let's go back 31 years back in '91 when Daddy Bush said it himself, they were introducing us to the New World Order. A lot of people don't want to admit it. They want to call it conspiracy theories. But, like I said, I was raised in that church. I'll bring it to you back and forth, from front to back to forth, all 64 vowels plus the other 14 that were removed. A lot of people don't even know it was 88 books in the Bible. See, I go deep with it, with that, when
Right.
people want to go to that plane with it. But, I really don't discuss religion and politics because, just difference of opinions have caused people to get irate. But, where we're at right now, and if we're speaking from the Bible text, we at a part right now. If you don't believe in nothing, you better believe in something, because
Let,
now they're even actually killing people who claiming to be Christian over in Libya right
that's
now,
true.
and it says that in the Bible.
Let me ask you
Those
this,
who, yes, ma'am.
Samuel. I gotta ask you this because you said you was out. You're from out of South Memphis. What
Yes,
do you
ma'am.
think? Because you're right there. You're right there in it. So you see what's going on every day. What is it going to take? You're in that
Hmm.
community. What is needed? Because it's destruction being sent back to that community. Of course, we got poor leadership, but what is it going to take? Because you're in South Memphis.
Well, I'm gonna keep it a buck 50. Uh, Once the WIN program was destroyed, and if y'all remember, the WIN program, Workforce Investment Network, is a program that Dr. Willie Harrison
Your I think his
on
thing
X.
was
Did he
okay,
please?
I'll bring it back up.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
We hear you. We can't see you. Go out and come back in. Something his computer was messing up. Cavalier says, "Hey, speaking facts, when the communities of the old, they would let it be handled by the ones who would handle it, i.e., the Italians." Let me see. I'm trying to catch up on the comments. For those of you all that are just coming into the room, please hit the like button. Also, if you have not subscribed to the channel, please subscribe to the channel. It's Co-Figure TV in here. Yeah, we got to do the pre-chant. Pre. We are
We are
free.
free.
We are
We are
free.
free.
There's a
It's
million
a million of
March
you.
Symphonies. Y'all know we have to
Free.
salute
Yeah, I
Co-Figure.
like free.
Co-Figure was the young man I was talking about earlier. Co-Figure is a
Yeah,
leader.
I like him.
What
I
I'm
like
saying,
that.
do you ever have you ever been over to Co-Figure's channel?
Yes, yes, I have.
Co-Figure is
Yes,
a
I
leader.
have.
Co-Figure
Yes,
is a leader.
yes. He's definitely. If you go back, I can't remember the one that I was on. I've been on that one time, and the time that I was on there, it was a real deep one. Like it was good. Like it was here. And if I could get a chance to say, okay, so this is how I entered into speaking on these podcasts. I first went on Double Tap. Double Tap allowed me to get out a couple of things out. That was a real good experience. And then I went on Skull. Skull had just I try to give him like a quick chronology of me coming into this podcast world. He shut me up and I never been on this. And then I went to Cup Figure, and it was a beautiful experience. And then I came and started to you, and I've been here ever
Thank
since.
you. Hold on, Samuel. Thank you, Miss
Hey,
Tanya, for the $5 super sticker. Also, you guys, if you would like to become a member, I think I got it up. I think you can click on it. I think I tried to work on it a little bit of today. I think my member thing is on. I don't know. I think you can join. I put some stickers and stuff. I might have to look at it again. I have to do like 10 things at when I be rushing when I do stuff.
Do you know who your members are?
So, but I think that I know I worked on this today and it's ready to go, so you can become a member.
Do you
And
get a list of who your members are?
yes, they'll tell me, they'll give me a list. And what happens with the member, when you have a membership, you get exclusive, like a lot of the cases that we're going to be talking about and doing, you'll get first dibs on everything. Like the members will talk about a lot of things first. A lot of the information that I give to my members first, or the members get, period. Because like I said, the enemy is always watching. Akia says, we are $1 million for you, march them phonies. So I'm sorry, go ahead, Samuel, on what you said. You're living in South Memphis. What is it gonna take?
Well, my personal opinion, we need more things for these kids to do, for one, and when the idle hands are the devil's playground, as they say. And once they took away programs like 21st Century, Creative Life, I'm not sure if y'all familiar with Pastor Stacy Spencer from New Direction out there. He used to have a program back in the day called Jam, Jesus and Me. What else? They took away. They took the theme park away. So it's like where there is nothing for the younger generation to do, all they got is to go out there and get in the streets. And one thing I was told by a college professor of mine by the name of Judge Virgil Costley, he used to always tell me, he was like, don't you understand that crime pays? I'm like, what do you mean crime pays? He was like, now, if they stopped all the crime in a city, do you know how many people would lose their jobs? And I never thought about that until I, really just sat back and thought about it. Like, wow, if they really stopped all the crime, there wouldn't be anything for law enforcement to do. There wouldn't be anything for lawyers to do. So, other things that need to be done in the city. One thing that I tell people all the time, I know a lot of people say that I don't vote and everything, but it's not about the presidential election. It's about your city council. That we need to have better judgment of who we choose to represent our districts in our city. More that could be done. People. And I know this might be a big contradictive being what happened with Dolph, but yeah, we do need more brothers to step up and start being, big brothers in these neighborhoods. Because I come from a single parent household just like the next, and I'm here to say it. Boys need men in their life. They need it, no matter if it's an uncle, grandfather, or even if I'm just correcting a young man out on the street. And I'm not talking about correcting them once they get 15, 16, 17, because you can't tell them nothing by that point, because the streets get you by the time you're 12. Yeah. And I'm speaking from personal experience. So
hold on for a second, Sammy. Cataleo says crime does pay. That's why they allow certain crimes to happen. Absolutely. You have to think about a lot of these politicians, especially here in the Memphis area, they are lawyers. These politicians don't make no money. The mayor probably was making, he's a real estate attorney. So I think he does real estate and civil stuff. So you think about why all the real estate probably messed up. And you see what I'm talking about? Like, he's the mayor of that. Like, a lot of these people that sit on the county commission and on the city council, they are lawyers by profession. And then they go and they run for these seats that's only making the city council make about $35,000 a year. That's nothing. Right. So they do it for influence and so that they can get the contracts. And a lot of them are corrupt. They don't really do it for the people. So that's why I say we have to watch them, because these politicians, Memphis politicians, are top heavy. And when they want to win, they get used to the power. It ain't about the money at all. It's about the power and the influence. And what they're doing is they're misusing the people.
I want to ask you a question, Ms. Hammer. Because I'm pretty sure we were in school around the same time with Jerry House was the superintendent, and Dr. Harrington was the mayor. Okay, so now, would you be in agreement with me, or would you disagree that back then, when Dr. Harrington and Dr. House, because I'm going to call her by her title, when she was the superintendent and he was the mayor of the city, I would honestly say, economically, crime rate and all, it was better. It wasn't the best, but it was better than what it became after AC Warden became the mayor, and after Jerry, because Jerry House, I think she left Memphis City School when I was, I think maybe a junior in high school, maybe a junior or senior at the time. But it's like the educational system started to decline, and if a lot of us noticed, they started closing more schools down in the inner city. You know,
Yeah.
once and they haven't updated the curriculum for the public school system since what, 1985, and
Well,
that's
they
actual
started
fact.
selling our
Anything that
children
I'm saying right
out.
now, you can go and Google.
They started selling our children out when
Mm-hmm.
they started closing the city schools and started making these charter schools. They did that purposely, so that these politicians could line their pockets. There was no reason for that.
Right, right. Rather than giving the money to the public schools to get better books, pay the teachers better. That's another thing that we need to get a turnaround. How is a teacher making only between 33 and 36,000 a year?
Mhm.
I was always taught in the corporate world, in order to have your employees do their best ability, you have to make it worth their while. I mean, anybody can say all day, "Oh, I don't do it for the money," but hey, at the end of the day, we still gotta survive.
I
At
got
the
a
end of
Understood.
the day.
I got a bigger question for the both of y'all. And
Hmm.
me and my friend was saying this because I remember a time when I going to elementary. I grew up in my first experience at school was in 81, 82. And I remember,
Hmm.
certain elements in school. But my question to y'all is this: why do y'all believe that they took prayer out of school, out of public school?
So
Oh, I can
because
tell you exactly
they
why.
wanted to, because they wanted it to. This has been injured. What's going on now didn't just happen overnight. You have to
Mm-mm.
understand a lot of this stuff was engineered. Okay, this has been in the making for a very long time. You start taking prayer out, you start taking anything that has to do with morals out, you start putting them on medication with mercury so high it's eating at their brain. Like, all of this stuff was engineered to put us in the condition that we're in now. Instead of being proactive, they are reactive. That's why they don't say just say no to drugs no more. They say after you get on drugs, we gotta rehab, because they make more money after you get off drugs, so they know you're gonna constantly go back and forth out of their rehab. They don't tell you,
Exactly.
they don't tell you not to grow your own foods or not to do this, and that. That's why when I was growing up, I didn't see all these diabetic centers. They say if you go and
True.
eat this, we got a pill for you to take your sugar down.
Wow.
I'm gonna ask y'all a question. Did y'all know the same woman who started the trend of just say no is the same woman that pushed the bill to have prayer removed from school? Did y'all know that was Nancy Reagan that did that?
Mm-hmm.
Wow. You
I
for
know, and
real?
Nancy Reagan did just say no.
You
Yeah,
said
and
say
she's
it again.
also
Can you say that again for me, bro? Say it again. I'm a little
I'm
slow. You gotta bring. I told sister the other day. Sometimes you gotta bring things back. Say it again one more time.
all right. Nancy Reagan, the wife
Ronald,
of the
Ronald
president
Reagan. Yeah.
Ronald Reagan, his wife, she started the just say no trend. But right after that, she also pushed for the bill for prayer in school to be taken out. This is the same woman that did that, and I also wanted to say this, add to it as far as with our school system failing our kids. It was never designed to help our kids. There is something, the main word that they use, curriculum. You have to ask yourself, what is the definition of a curriculum? Is a collective that a group of people get together and they put those things into play of, hey, this is what they got to go through in order to get this piece of paper right here for us to even accept them. Or because half of the things, because now I have a PhD in biochemistry. I'm a doctor now, and I can honestly say that 85% of the things that I was taught in public school, once I hit college and got out into the world, I'm like, that's not right, because I always have debates with you. Well, this is what I learned in school, but then when they take it to a text that I wasn't taught in school, it's like, whoa, wait a minute, what have they been teaching us the whole time?
Mm-hmm. For
But
those of you all that are for those of you all that are just coming into the room, please hit the like button. Also, if you have not subscribed to the channel, please subscribe. Also, y'all, I was talking about the membership, but I had not turned it on. It's on now. Yeah, I know I was doing something today, but now it's up there. I just looked. I was like, let me go see if there was a button I was supposed to hit to turn it on. So it's on. So if you would like to become a member, please do become a member. We're talking about, we've kind of just been kicking some knowledge, but we started off talking about Memphians complaining about the leadership. Be quiet, Remy. Complaining about the leadership here in Memphis. And then I did talk about Straight Drop and Cornelius's court date was rescheduled for next month. I know I was hearing that there, and I think I saw it on Auntie Fee, because I didn't look at the news. I saw it on Auntie Fee's page. The attorneys are complaining about not getting they need some more information. But as I was saying, hold on, y'all. My dog wants some water. I'm sick of it already. Hold on.
Hey, brother, what's your name, brother?
Harold.
Harold. Okay. Yeah, I didn't want to just refer you, hey, you know what I'm saying, or hey, yo, Miss Cameron, I try to give everybody their respect on here, man. But
how old are you, brother?
For me, I'm 37, bro.
37. Pretty young.
They were saying that that they still needed some information from the prosecution, and I feel like the prosecution, a lot of people may go, well, the prosecution ain't got this and that. They got it, but I think they're strategically probably have not given everything, because in my opinion, what those defense attorneys want, especially early on, is they want to know who all of those, especially those star witnesses, are, so that they can leak it. That's how they play dirty. They already got a lot of people on the internet trying to intimidate the witnesses. That's their job. That's what they've been paid to do. Okay?
Memphis still ran by that old money.
So.
But what I don't get from those who, I mean, like, I'm a deep thinker, so it's hard. Like, I've been through a lot of things, you know what I mean? I've been in y'all city, you know what I mean, on foot. True story, I've been robbed in y'all city. I sold a car in y'all city. Like, my daddy is actually born in Tennessee. Like, my grandma, y'all ever heard of Olive Branch, Mississippi?
Yeah.
Of course, my grandma, right down the street.
Yeah, grandma. So it's like, I don't know, when it comes to everything that y'all see that's going on right now, and like our individual response to everything that's going on. That's what I find unique, because like, not too many people. It's only a small fraction of our society that's really looking at everything. When I'm talking about generational, a lot of people are just living life, going to the mall, shopping, holidays, this and that. A lot of people right now, as we speak, are forgetting about Young Dolph, going on with their life. Got to pay bills, got to get, you know what I mean? All the things that's going on. Like, but to be able to have an understanding of what's happening in this very moment puts you in rare space. Because I talk to a lot of people, and I see the condition of our people. That's why the people in power can do what they do. Tell us what they want us to know. Tell us what they want us to believe. Because our knowledge power, our research power, our intellect power, our power of discernment is so low. And we as a culture and as a people are vibrating at such a low level right now. And it takes people like Sister Tamara to come through and kind of like shock us, to make us understand what's going on. Like, because a lot of us are just kind of like numb to what's happening in our generation. We really don't know. We really don't understand what's going on.
D Wade says we have to re-educate our people. You're absolutely right, D Wade, because like what they have instilled in our people, really they're not instilling anything in them. I think I said this probably about a week or so ago. I'd like to look at documentaries, especially lions and whales and dolphins, stuff like that, like people of the sea. That's what I call them, because whales and dolphins are very intelligent. And I like to look at, especially lions. That's my favorite animal. And I've started to really love looking at studying monkeys. And I was looking at how when they go out there in the jungle with the monkeys and they're doing the exact same thing with people. That's the reason why, especially a lot of us, I feel like have that crabs in the barrel mentality. They've been doing it. They'll go out there with a big box of like bananas and they got all of these monkeys in the jungle. And monkeys genetically are closely related to humans than any other animal. And they'll put the bananas out there and the monkeys run to the box to get the bananas. And then most monkeys, because they're such like humans, they'll get 2 bananas. Okay. And they'll run back to the tree. But what happened was when all the other monkeys that was far behind started realizing that the monkeys was getting food. And when they got to the box, all of the bananas was gone. They started looking for the weakest link, like the smaller monkeys. And, monkeys will abuse the smaller monkeys. They started fighting for the food. And that's exactly what has been engineered in our communities. When you finally get a Black person to start eating, that's what makes me so mad with a lot of these record companies. They don't want to. Dolph was a rare gem. They don't want to show you the formula because they want to be able to control you. They want to be able to give you crumbs. Because this is what has happened to them. They'll say, well, when I first got my record deal, I got crumbs. They raped me, so it's got to happen to you too. Instead of taking on that mentality I went through, so you won't have to. So like what Dolph was doing, teaching them the game. They want to be able to spoon feed you. You go do a hit for me and I give you this, and that. That's what's happening in our communities. But I was looking at the monkeys and I said the exact same thing these scientists are out there doing with these monkeys when they start fighting with each other and beating each other for a banana, almost killing each other. That's basically what they're doing in the Black community. And it pisses me off when you have Black people to get elected. We put them into office and then they become the majority because Memphis is majority Black. The city council and the commissioners are majority Black, and they still sell the Black community out. And that's exactly what's happening within our community. But we still have the power because the way that we teach people that they don't play with the Black community, it ain't no different. What the Caucasians and the Asians and the Jews do, it ain't no secret. It ain't no secret formula to what they do. They don't vote no politician back in. They don't get a second term if they play with them. If they vote for them and they send them up there to do a job and they don't do it, they go, you know what, you're a good man. Because if they go up there and they play with them for real, they come up missing. In some communities, they don't play. There are repercussions. There are no repercussions in the Black community because what a lot of these Black folks do is they run to the church and get in the back pocket of the pastor. And he'll say, oh, well, we have to forgive him. And the oppressor can be Black just as well as white.
Fact.
Well, we gotta forgive him. We'll revote for them. What white people do is they'll say, well, he's a good man. You're a good man. But you were supposed, you said you was gonna do this, you didn't do it. You know what? We might even give you a job, but we can't vote for you no more. And they don't re-vote for that person, but we consistently put people back into office as long as they got a good dance and a hoop. And then they screw the Black community over. So at this point, it ain't nobody else other than us. We need to recondition our minds.
That's true. I agree with you on that, Miss Cameron. I also want to add to what you were saying that the vast majority of the Black politicians that we have in Memphis, they've been bought and paid for. They were already vetted already. That's why I always go back to Dr. Harrington because he comes from where we come from. He's from Fowler Homes. He came out of public school, out of Booker T. Washington. So one thing that I've always had, and I had a huge debate. I remember back when President Obama was first running for president, and I was kind of on the fence about voting for him. And I remember I was at the Dollar General right there on Perkins and Knight Arnold, and I had this huge debate with 2 women. One was a younger lady, and the other lady, she was an elder, maybe like in her mid to late 70s. And she asked me, was I going to vote for President Obama? And I told her, no, I'm not going to vote for him right now. And she was like, why? And she was like, aren't you happy to see a Black man get in office? I said, well, before I answer that, what do you know about him as a person, as a politician? What has he done for the Black community? What kind of tangibles would come with that? You know, she was like, "Oh, why you worried about all of that? You know, it's just a black man." Okay, so basically, you saying because he's black, I should vote for him? She was like, "Yes." I said, "Well, if that's the case, I should vote for Pookie or Ray Ray down the street. At least I know who they are and know what they're about." And I think that's a problem that we, as the black community, have a problem with. We've been beat over the head and oppressed and held down for so long to the point we just gave up. Oh man, I just wanna see somebody that look like me. It doesn't matter who they are, but then when they fail us, that's when we go to, oh, that's why I vote. Oh, N-words do this, N-words do that, but it's like, did you do your research? Did you do your background check on this? And another thing I always wanted to ask you, why don't we ever have our own independent party? We already seen how the Democrats feel about us. Joe Biden said himself out his mouth verbatim, I'm not doing nothing for the black community. Okay. He also was just asked recently. He was just asked recently about reparations, and he said, "Well, only way I agree to reparations is if the Native Americans is included in it. But the Native Americans, they've received their reparations. Asians, they've received reparations. Japanese have received reparations. Even slave owners, white slave owners, received reparations after the slaves were free. We're the only ones who haven't received anything for what we've been through in this country. We're the only ones who are here by force and not by choice, which only it's been proven, which I want to ask y'all also. Are y'all familiar with Tariq Nasheed? He did a few DVDs called Hidden Colors in 1804. There were only 5% of Africans who made it over here from the transatlantic slave trade. So that's to tell a lot of people that we were here before that they even got here. But that's a conversation for another topic. But if we start vetting our politicians, like we actually vet them like they do, one thing I learned in the white community, it's not by chance that these politicians get elected. They're vetted first. And I learned that from the Son Bush election. He was vetted into this. It wasn't meant for him to be a politician. He really had no political background. Donald Trump definitely didn't have a political background. So we have to start vetting and building our own politicians, but we can't even get to that point until we start to clean up our own neighborhoods. We have to start taking accountability.
Can I say this to you, though, bro? Absolutely. Can I say this to you real quick, brother and my sister? And when you said that, it instantly made me think about a word. He said, "Without vision," he said, "God said, without vision, his people perish." Mm-hmm. And every situation, just like you was talking about, going through the transitions of power. See, a lot of people don't understand this. I mean, you're a graduate, and my sister here, she's a very highly professional investigator. Y'all both know this one thing to be a fact. Power, just like when we talk about the Dolph case, it's like it's accumulated over time. So just like we're right now, like I got enough vision to understand, like, will my sisters connect and Swabby, and with my connection and who I am as a person and all the different things that I know, and just like now we coming in contact with you, we've already steamrolled a movement. But the problem is, I'm saying this to you, I don't know if you two see this or not, and I'm not saying this, I'm not laying this on y'all too. But I'm saying a lot of people in this podcast world don't see this. I see this because now I'm involved in it. That we are in the infancy stage of a powerful thing coming about. I'm talking about with our sister. And I keep emphasizing that with our sister. Like, it's like, that's what surprised Dolph. Dolph didn't realize when Dolph just started off this like freestyle. And then next thing he looked up, he was blown up. You know what I'm saying? You hear about a lot of people, a lot of entertainers, a lot of people, like they get involved with like that. I call it like when the butterfly, when the caterpillar turned into the butterfly. Like we're in that transition right now. Like a lot of and I'm trying to tell the sister, like, but the problem is this: we don't really see it when we exactly in it.
Right.
Like we don't understand like how powerful, like. I was telling this to my son when he came down to, and I tell this to my son. I said, son, my son 20, about to be 21 in August. I said, son, I said, when you my age, 47, or when you 57. It's going to always be the truth of life. It's two things I know in this life you could never take back. When you speak something, it's spoken. And when you do something, it's done. It ain't no take backs. If you go out here and you kill somebody, that person is dead. You can't be like, oh, I'm sorry, it's done. You go out here and you steal something, it's stole. If you speak something out your mouth, it's spoken. You can ask the person forgive you, but it's done. Like a spoken word is in the done deed. And what God is allowing us to be a part of. I don't know. And I'm giving y'all credit. Y'all may know. My sister, she's a highly, and I'm looking at you, man. You appear to be a sharp, you know what I mean? I wear glasses too. I can turn my and like you appear to be a sharp man, like you come from a strong pedigree. I hope y'all know that it's something big happening right now. And if y'all don't know, let me be the first to tell y'all.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah,
we are a part of something gigantic. Like you was just speaking a minute ago about reparation. Well, let me tell you this. That's why I don't get caught up on reparation. Reparation is me being able to if I tell you where I'm at in this town of Kansas, me by myself taking on it's already documented. So if you go look up Harold Stewart Jr., you're gonna see that this person took on the whole county in the middle of Kansas and won what I won based upon knowledge. But I learned. God told me nah, don't fight the revolution that way, running around through America and robbing up stuff. Get legal, get your credit right. Stop doing this. Work a job, buy real estate, buy up land, connect with people like Tamara. I'm a lion, I'm an eagle. I swoop down and do stuff. That's why I ain't on camera. But the establishment, I'm using my real name, my government name. But God is telling me, tap in with somebody on the legal side of it. Get your credit right. Buy some land. Buy some land, do some things with the land. You know what I mean? Man, my friend was talking about Monopoly. It'd be like we playing Monopoly and me just rolling dice going around the board. No, you're gonna buy some property. And then you're gonna buy put some houses on the property, and eventually put some hotels on the property. It's the same way with us in the United States of America. We as a people, we got the deepest, most inspiring story in all of history of mankind. Us as a people. You can't go and show me no story that could compare to our story in regards to our position in history. So I don't need no reparation, bro. That knowledge is good enough for me to power throughout this land. I am the reparation. That's why I was just trying to tell the sister, wow, man, all my brothers, because I've been through all the barrels with Brooklyn, New York, out of South Central, Inglewood, Atlanta, Detroit, Indiana, Memphis. I just was in Little Rock last week. I love traveling, interacting with my little brothers, my youth. I got nieces and nephews, and I'm always talking to them, man. First thing I tell them, put God first. And with God, we're going to do glorious things.
Oh, yeah.
We're going to do glorious things. And that's why I don't get the chance to time in but I want to know, I know one thing to be a fact, sister. And brother, we got to know this is a great thing that's happening right now. God is repositioning everything. He repositioning wealth. He repositioning power. And I heard a pastor in San Antonio, John Hagee, prophesied this years ago. And I'm right in the middle of it, man. I'm so prosperous right now. If I turn on my camera, be like, man, I live good. All glory to God. I ain't robbing nobody. I ain't taking nothing from nobody. But God says the just shall live by faith.
That's right.
I agree.
What's that? Backhun Jones says there's no amount of their inflated currency that would make me stop talking about how me and my people are overcomers. Even with what has been withheld from us, we're still overcomers. And I feel like they're finding a way. Minister Farrakhan, a lot of people don't like to. I know they tried to ban him, but Minister Farrakhan has a lot of jewels.
That's our brother. I love our brother.
I love listening to his teachings.
I may not agree, brother. I see your face. But I love our brother. I see you. Hey, brother, we both. I'm a believer. I'm a believer. I'm a Lord Jesus Christ. Man, Jesus is my elder brother. I got baptized in 2003 into the church. I love, but hey, man, you know, Farrakhan, bro. He coming with that word. But I want to hear what you got to say because I see that look on your face.
Okay, so here's the thing. Now y'all know I told y'all I was raised in the missionary Baptist church. Okay, grandmother was an evangelist, grandfather was a deacon, can recite the Bible back and forth. But I took my shahada and I started following Islam when I was 23. Okay, because I was going through a time I had to find myself spiritually. You know what I'm saying? Now, I would say that I'm a man of God. Now, I really don't tie myself to a sect of religion. Now, I would consider myself more of a man of God. I have a personal relationship with him. But as far as Minister Farrakhan, I have no vitriol towards the brother. I love him because he's one of us. So before I hate you, I'm
Amen.
gonna love you. But
Amen.
but my only thing is because I'm a bit of a historian. It's just some things I just don't agree with what was done to brother Malcolm X.
I agree.
With
I agree.
but that's not a conversation to have. That's one of those things I feel we should have amongst ourselves. You know what I'm
I
saying?
agree.
Yeah.
I'm
Because
on you with that. I agree.
right.
Joy
So I'm
loves.
gonna leave.
I'm
Oh
sorry. Go
yeah,
ahead,
I still
Lord.
got love. I still got love. When he
Yeah,
came to Memphis,
it's a lot of
I was
things
one
that
of
he
the
said. Yeah, it's a lot of things that he said that a lot of people don't agree with, but there are a lot of things that are very much truth and empowering as it relates to our people. Joy Love God says we are the only race that turns against one another if we think someone is getting ahead, and that's absolutely true. I don't know what is going on. It was some young men that was in my office. There is a man who he does lights. I was having some lights and stuff put up, and he was working with some young men. They looked to be about 20, 21, 22 years old. And he walked out to go get them something to eat. And they was working fast, some young men. I was so proud of them. They was putting those lights up there. They was doing it so fast. And so I started talking to them, and they was telling me that they was from South Memphis. And so when they was talking, I started kind of kicking some knowledge to him about, the beauty supply stores, how we need to be owning a lot of these beauty supply stores in our communities since we patronize them. We patronize these beauty supply stores, so we need to own them just like everybody else own the stores within their communities. And I said, you see, a lot of the Hispanics are now buying beauty supply stores. They are. I said, but we still don't see a lot of black people. And one of the things one of the young men said was, really? He said, I didn't know the Hispanics had started. He said, you know what we need to do? What we need to do is we just need to rob them. I said, no, we don't need to do that. I said, we don't need to do that. I said, why would you want to rob somebody and take from somebody when you can learn the game and just go and do something legally and start investing in beauty supply stores? But see, I'm glad I was able to talk to those young men because I understand the mentality because of where they came from. But what's the problem is you have a lot of people in the hood that egg on young men like that. Now, those young men was putting those lights up like crazy. The man had brought them on to help them out and had given them a job, helping them to turn their lives around. But the problem is people with a lot of the people with money that get out of the hoods that no longer cares about the hoods offer them money to go take care of my lightweight, go do this hit for me, go do that. Because see, if you supposed to be a real gangster like a lot of these folks claim, you ain't got to pay nobody to go and do nothing for you. You go handle your own business. But they don't do that because I'm too important. I got too much going on. Like I always say, I can't get caught up in that. I got to send somebody whose life ain't worth nothing to me. But then they'll say, we gang, we this, we the mob, we this, we that. One thing my friend was saying today, he said, these young men have gotten so bad because these politicians are so sorry. They'll sit up and brag about they the mob as if they putting fear within the people of their communities, and the people of the community don't do nothing. My son ain't gonna be no snitch, but you scared to come out of your house.
Hey,
We've
sis.
always been stronger in numbers, but you're gonna let somebody terrorize your community and gonna say, I ain't no snitch.
Hey,
And
sis.
you got to live in that community. You can't even walk out your house without ducking. And folks want you to feel that way. You ducking bullets every time you walk out your house. But folks want you to feel that way so they can continuously rape your daughters and rob rob your house every time you walk out. And you care about somebody, a thug, a no good thug, putting that jacket on your back because he want to guilt you into not sending him to jail. When actually a lot of men like that really don't deserve to be breathing. Okay. If they can't get it right, if you go consistently, I feel like anybody deserve a chance. But anytime you breaking up into homes and you raping women, you raping children, you killing people for no reason, people like that don't deserve to be amongst decent people.
But hold up, sis. Let me cut you off real quick. That's why I'm trying to tell you when I tell you about my position with black youngsters. Go back and listen to Shake Something. All what you just described. Go listen to. If I sit back and right now we work down word for word what he just said. He's just saying in his song, "My little niggas, man, ain't robbing, killing, raping mama." So that's what he say. And Shake Something, the song, same song that he dissing Dolphin. Where he showing up, whatever community he was when he showed up and with all his dudes with his phones and his guns talking where Dolph at. And then Dolph's response was, because Dolph was in Atlanta. Dolph came on live, was laughing like, "Hey, where I'm at?" He's like, and Dolph was like, "Man," I'm like, "Boy, that's my brother Dolph. He did it, man, but with his little sporty glasses on." Like, but I'm just trying to say, but that's what Black Youngster was talking about in that song, Shake Something. All what you just described was wrong. Raping and killing. He said that's what him and his young, I don't use that term. Like my young brother was talking about his affiliation. You know what I mean? Like I got a history where I don't even, like anybody know me, I don't refer to us as niggas. I just don't use that term. But that's what he was talking about. His young niggas killing, robbing, and raping niggas' mamas and stuff. That's what he said in that song. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, you wonder why these things are taking place. And you know what I'm saying? And Black Youngster, you go right now, he always on Instagram, man, flexing, man, big money. What you think a person, man, with 50,000 can do in a and I hear it, man, Memphis, man, is just like poverty stricken. That's what I hear. I mean, I've seen a lot of things, but I've been through Memphis a couple of days here, a couple of days, but I ain't live week in and week out, day in and day out in Memphis, Tennessee. And what I hear Memphis, Tennessee, man, even Dolph in his own words said Memphis, Tennessee, a lot of areas in Memphis, Tennessee is poverty stricken. So if a person come through in Memphis with a bag, what you think they can get done?
That's true. I agree with you. Little Miss Mustard says, "Miss T, black people will not shop with blacks. I had a cousin open a beauty supply store. She wasn't open long because black people still shop with the Asians." Wow. Black Swan says, "God have already said that he will ask them to give his people, what's their reparations?
Restoration. They meant to say reparation.
And they will not. What do that tell you? But you know what? I couldn't understand. And I got to go back to this. Ice Cube. And we had a culture of people because we listened to the celebrities who wanted to be able to go to the White House and get bills passed so that they could terrorize the people. And they were supposedly, thank you, Miss Tanya G, for the super sticker, our favorite rappers. They gave all this money to Biden's administration. And don't you know that these celebrities give this type of money because they want favors from the president? They want him to be able to make calls for them when they commit these crimes and things of that nature. He can't control any of these governors and stuff, but you know, he got influence. So that's why they do this, okay? That's why they do what they do.
Sis.
Uh-huh.
I want to put a thought out there to you, if you will, in regards to, because you had said something earlier today talking about faith. Like if we got faith and we don't have actions to match that faith, then our faith don't even really mean nothing for real. It's just like, but the words say that. So I'll be dealing with a lot of the staunch Christian community. And when I say staunch, I'm talking about like staunch, like all white people, period. And I've been dealing with these and they know me right now to this day since 2007. I was baptized in 2003 as I accepted Jesus as my Lord and Savior. And so I'm saying this to say this. I discovered something in God's word, and I figured that once you discover certain things in God's word, it's like the law of gravity. It takes on the life of itself. That's why it's important for us as a people of trying to discover what to do with all these things that's going on in these times. The solutions is in the word of God. And I was sitting here, man, while you was talking earlier today, man, like jumping in my living room wanting to express this particular scripture since it's just me and you on this line. And it's in a couple of scriptures, but the scripture that I'm thinking about was in if you want to go look at it. And now, mind you, sister, like I'm not one of them people. I'm not a seminar person. I didn't go and get no master's degree. Like I'm all man taught by the Spirit. So like, and anybody and any of these people throughout the United States of America who know my name, they gonna say, man, Harold, man, is certified when it comes to talking about the word of God. But one of my favorite words is when Jesus asked his disciples a couple of questions. You know what I mean? And when you go back, and I'm not going to go off into the backdrop of why Jesus asked that, but Jesus asked his disciples a couple of questions. And a couple of questions he asked his disciples was, who do man say I am? And who do you say I am? And then, you know, if you go back and it's in the Matthews in the 16th chapter, a couple of them asked her, but Peter answered the question what Jesus, Peter gave the right answer to the quiz. Mm-hmm. Basically. Because Peter told him, man, you are the son of God. You're the son of God, of Christ. You know what I'm saying? That's what, and then Jesus came back and told him something that I've been pounding to these churches in my area since the Corona thing. I've been telling them this, and I'm telling you this. This is what Jesus told him. He said, flesh and blood didn't tell you that, Peter. That came from my Father. And because that came from my Father, I'm about to tell you something. He said, whatever you bound on earth should be bound in heaven. And whatever you loosen on earth should be loosened on heaven. He said, because I give into you the key. That
still stands true. Hold on for one
second. It stands true.
I got it. TLO says, remember prayer allegedly killed the enemy and Satan's workshoppers in our back history. Our history as parents. And you're right, prayer works. TLO. I want to welcome and thank Tanya. She is my first member. Oh my God. Thank you, Tanya. Thank you for becoming a YouTube member. That means so much to me. I got to post up some stuff in there. So now y'all going to make me work harder to be getting information and stuff. Of course, we're going to talk about a whole lot of different stuff.
So when I get off this line right here, I'm trying to become the second member then.
Thank you. Oh my God. Thank you.
So when I hang up off the line right here, I'm about to go in here because I'm not all that computer swaggy right now. I just did enough to be able to get online right here. I'm about to go talk to my roommate, tell her how do I become a member of Tamara's Live and how do I on the YouTube thing, and she's gonna show me. And hopefully I can be the second one before anybody else becomes the second. I want to be the second one.
Thank you, Harold. Oh, thank you so much. That means so much to me. I'm telling you, I got some members. That means a lot. I'm trying to catch up on the comments. Let's see, Tanya, how did you become a member? Oh my God, Catalina says she's joining as well. It's all you have to do is it's on the channel thing. Just click.
So take me through the steps real quick. So what do you do?
Okay, so go when you go to the front of the channel, go to Real Talk with Tamara channel, and up there at the top you see join. And you click on that join. Do you see it? It's right there at the up under my picture.
You a member too?
I'm the first member.
What's your name? What's your name?
I joined your thing the other day when I told you.
What's your online name?
For YouTube, I don't know.
Oh, my roommate says she's a member.
No,
how I become a member?
Maybe is she a member of Real Talk with Tamara, or did she just subscribe? Because
did you just subscribe, or you a member?
I don't know. I hit subscribe. And
you a subscriber. She already got one. She got one member already. One member.
Who is it?
This one lady named Cornelius, whatever.
Oh, that's not me.
So go figure out how to become the second. I want to be the second member.
Player Cole is a member. Yay!
Oh, somebody beat me to it. Never mind. When I get offline, I'm gonna become a member. So
Okay. Player Cole
my
is a
my
member.
roommate said she subscribed to your channel though.
Oh,
But
tell her I said thank you so much. I appreciate that so much. I got some members. Let me see.
you should do something like special for your members, like invite them to like Florida or Atlanta or. I mean, I'm not saying your members are like, I'm not rich, but I can get to anywhere I want to get to in America. But I mean, if you had like if you wanted to have a function where you at in Memphis, and let's say June the 20th, whatever, I can make up an arrangement. I jump in my ride and get down there in 7 hours in no time. I mean, whether it's Florida, like you, I mean, because that's just something just kind of, and it's just like you galvanizing your people with your voice, letting them know. I
told y'all when we do the grand opening of our museum, everybody is going to be invited. And one of the things that I want to work on doing, and I hope so. I know a lot of people go, well, you know, Al Green.
Time out.
I would love for Reverend Al Green to just do a song, you know, at the opening of our museum, because I still think everybody loves Al Green.
When is the time? When is the opening?
It'll be, my dad says everything should be, because it's being renovated, and it's coming to life. It is.
So give me a time frame.
Probably around June or July.
Okay, fair. Ooh, July. Okay.
And I would love for Reverend Al Green to just do one song. If he just did Love and Happiness or something, or sing some kind of song, you know. Let's see. The Player Co is a member. I see. Tanya is a member. Tanya G. Tanya got the honeybees. My members had a honeybees. I sure appreciate you guys so much.
You know what, sis? Can I say this to you? I was watching one of your videos of you actually when you was showing yourself. And don't take this the wrong way, please.
Okay.
I hope you don't take this the wrong way, but I want to be like brutally honest with you. And when I was watching your video, like the initial feel I got from watching that video, and what I felt like, I just like when it's like, you know, you ever play that game like when somebody will say something and tell you like they'll show you something or tell you a word and it'd be like, what's the first thing you thought about? You know what I mean? And the first time I seen you in live, I promise you, like when I seen you doing whatever topic you was doing, the first thing I thought about was my big sister.
Oh, wow.
You know who I'm about to say.
How old are you?
I'm 47, but my big sister. You know who my big sister is?
Who?
Oprah. I thought about you. You remind me of her.
You know what's so funny? It's so weird you said that.
You do. You remind me so much of her.
This is so weird. Y'all get ready to think this is weird. Because when I was like a teenager, especially when Oprah had her TV talk show, I never knew I would have my own talk show or nothing. I'm talking about on TV. Don't y'all know I used to write Oprah in Chicago. I used to write her to let her know how much I admire her. And I wanted to meet her when I was in junior high school. And that's something that you said that I used to love.
I promise you, like when I first seen you, I was sitting in my car ready to go to work, and when I first seen you on your thing on one, just talking, I was like, man, like when I be thinking about like it's certain mannerisms about Oprah that make me like, and one day I am gonna like Oprah gonna want to talk to me one day. This is what it is because I am that type of person. Like, but it's just certain type of like when she if you go back when Oprah, before she was blowed up, when she was doing like these little funny like interviews, like when she was like had a little talk show. This is before she was the glamorous Oprah. You know what I'm saying? And it's like Oprah kind of got, it's like you it's certain people, like it's like certain, one of my cousins remind me of certain, I got certain cousins, like I got this one cousin who remind me of Kendrick Lamar. I got another cousin who remind me of Ja Rule. You know what I'm saying? Like, and when I look at you, you just remind me, like, I didn't want you to take it the wrong way, but you just remind me of Oprah. It's like, like Oprah is very, Oprah is very, very deep and very, like, she's inspiring. Like that's why I know one day I'm gonna sit in front of her and talk to her, because it's like, I hope I get the opportunity, you know what I mean? Because she's just like that. She's tapped into. And I just, same way I feel about you, you are tapped into. Like, and then it's like, it's not only that, it's like, I know, it's like some people say I look like Jamie Foxx. I don't see it. Some people say I look like Young Dolph. I don't see it. Okay, whatever. But I think you kind of resemble, Oprah. This is, I might be totally off though. You can say, Harold, then quit you capping. That's not true. I mean, I think that.
Hold on one second, Harold. Let me thank these members. Thank you, Joy Loves God. She's another member. Thank you for becoming a member. And Valerie Miller is a member. Thank you, guys. I appreciate that so much. Oh my God. So like I said, I definitely got to work on getting, y'all gonna have me trying to, I'm okay. I'm gonna have to talk. But we're gonna be talking about, y'all gonna get exclusives on a whole lot of stuff though, right? Because there's other cases that I've been studying and looking at also, you know, not just the Young Dolph case, although we are going to talk about the Young Dolph case, you know, information that I put in there, but also on other cases, like on some other cold cases that we'll be talking about, that you all will get first information on, because there's a case that I'm working on. Well, we're going to talk about that. We'll talk about that in the group, because a lot of times what I see is sometimes you put stuff in the atmosphere too quick. People will try to run with your vision. People will try to run with your vision if you release it too quick, you know. If you release it too quick. I thought I saw Dima on here earlier. I'm dropping the link for anybody else. Me and Harold, they have been a good co-host tonight.
You know, that's like I was just telling my friend, like, and I was telling the other guy who was on here with us earlier today. It's, you know, I captured the vision, sis. It's like, you know, you want to see change. And I mean, like, you know, I mean, like when I get offline right now, it might not, it's no telling when the next time I'm gonna be back on here talking to you. Like, I'm off. This is the first time I had Thursday off in a long time. So it's like, I have the opportunity to talk to you about how we can sway what's happening in the United States of America. Think about this. You're in Tennessee and I'm in Kansas. I'm in the state of Kansas. I'm in the middle of the United States of America. And like, you know what I mean? I'm not one of these, I mean, although I'm from the hood, I'm not one of these, like, I'm well read. So it's like, that's why I was telling you when the other brother was online, like, we are here, like, your IQ, it's like, it's something great going on right now. And it's going, when we look down 2 years down the road, you're going to be like, wow, Harold, I've never seen this. I'm like, yeah. I mean, but I'm going to tell you this one scripture. I know you probably heard this, and I tell this to anybody, whoever around me, I tell them this. This is one of my favorite scriptures. This is what I think about when it comes to talking about our Heavenly Father. This is what God say. It's in the book of Isaiah as well as in the book of Corinthians. It says, "Eye has not seen, nor has ear has heard, nor has it entered into the heart of man those things which God has prepared for them who love Him." Sis, we can't even begin to imagine what God has prepared for us. If we genuine, and I say this to my thugs, all my people out here who trying to turn their life around, I said, man, that whole verse gonna come down to one simple thing. Do you love God? Because if you love God, you're willing to go through whatever, just like Jesus on the cross. Jesus loved his Father, so he was willing to get nailed through his hands and through his fist because he loved his Father.
That's
Like,
true.
Go ahead.
I want to ask the people in the comments, what do you all think? I want to know, what do you all think, for you all that are on here, is going to happen at the next court date for Cornelius and for Straight Drop? Because somebody was kind of asking me about them earlier. We was on another topic, but going back to that, what do you all think is going to happen at the next court date? Now, Harold, you said in the past you've been in and out of the system. Just from what you can see from at one time being on the other side, what do you think is going on?
Oh, this case right here is so heavy. It's like, and I can go off into my portfolio history when I'm dealing with this one brother who back in Kansas City, Missouri, and he was tied in with all these guys. Jay-Z, Yo God, I ain't gonna put his name out there, but he's already gone. Like, he was like Big Meech, dude in Kansas City, Missouri, and he had a record label and he had a conspiracy case going on. And that case went on for like, and he was just like a simple, like, I mean, I ain't gonna disrespect bro. Bro was like, this dude older than me, bro was like tied in Kansas City, Missouri. Big dude, big dude. And that situation went on for like some years. When you're talking about this situation with Young Dolph, it's so many, like, that's why I was telling you on one of the other videos when we was talking, like, when you go off of that one sister, Queen Busy, when she was showing the video and the police pulled up and blocked the scene, like, the federal government is looking at that, all her. That's why you're not seeing none of these people coming out with none of the video, because the federal government swooped in and seized everything. All of them, all that you see, like, it's the federal government. So when you're talking about the federal government, it's like come to your question, the next court day, that's just like a small, like, niche in the milestone. We got a journey, sis. This is gonna go on for some years. And the listeners got to get prepared for this. This is Young Dolph, a young man CEO, a millionaire that was assassinated. And some people don't want the truth to come out. But the press is so big, you got people like you and Cole Figure and a lot of other individuals out here that's pressing. So, like, the answer to your question is, first appointment is just one of these, like, technicality things they're gonna go through. You might as well tell your listeners, get buckled up and get ready for some years. This is Young Dolph. We can't expect for this situation to be closed this year, or I ain't gonna even speak about next year. I'm just gonna say this year. It's too many loose ends that need to be tied up. It's too much need to be. You an investigator. You way more qualified than me. I'm just on the other side of it. I've been, like you said, on the other end of it, watching having to study the law and having to help other people with their case, going through trial on cases myself, going through the trial with facing the federal government. Remember, I understand the slow, methodical turn of the hands of justice. Those who are not a part of it don't get it. Y'all think, okay, it's these two guys. Okay, it's send them in jail. Let's go. No. It's too many loose ends that need to be tied up. So to answer your question to this next court day, I just think it's a technicality thing. You know what I mean? It's not going to be the trial.
Right. I think it's going to be a while before the trial. Skinny Gal, thank you. Skinny Gal is a member now. They cutting up tonight. Oh my God.
Turning up for my sister. Praise God. Praise the Lord. Yes, you deserve it, sister. It's only going to get better. It's going to only get greater. You shouldn't have prayed for this if you didn't want this to happen. It's going to only get, because the beautiful thing about this, sister, you humble enough to receive this. And that's why God is blessing you with this.
Thank you. Thank you, Skinny Gal. Y'all, like I said, they're gonna have me calling, trying to get all kinds of exclusive information. Because I said I had gotten to a point. I'm gonna tell you something. I had gotten to a point. I have a friend that's working on this Dolph's case. We've been friends since we were traffic officers. A good guy. That's why I know this man. I can't speak for everybody else. I know the other ones, but we're not tight like me and him. I know that this is a good person. Me and this guy have been friends for many, many years. He's always been a good guy. even when we was in traffic and I was stressed out, he would always be the one to calm me down. We were in Crime Stoppers together. He's a good investigator, just a good guy, you know, and he is working his butt off on this case. He is. I know it's not easy because he understands, they all understand that it's a bigger problem, and it's even more devastating sometimes when you know the issue, you know where the problem lies, but you got people that would do anything for money, such as want to intimidate witnesses. And you can't blame people when they got to live in neighborhoods and they got children, but it's a
Hey,
darn shame that people will get on here and take dimes and nickels,
sis, you know
or
what?
even outside of here, take dimes and nickels and sell out the future of their communities. People
Sis,
use you up and then they throw you away.
you know what, sis? I can't believe like like just as a person, I'm like over here jumping out of my skin, not realizing like the information like that you put out the last time we was on these lives. Like when you share a certain information, I'm just gonna say one thing when I'm talking about Miss Crenshaw. When you share that part of you, who you is like, you put yourself in another, like in my, I can't speak about nobody else out in this atmosphere. Like for that reason alone, I look forward to the time when I could just, as a woman, as a lady, as a queen, like, because your dad instilled in you values. So my community, my generation, we good. You know what I'm saying? Because that's back in the days. They had Miss Crenshaw. Miss Crenshaw was able to, she had a voice enough to bring Martin Luther King Jr. in town.
Did.
What
Yes,
are
she
we talking
did.
about? What are we talking about? That's why I was sitting up here on this live, like enjoying the fact that you come from a quality, wealthy stock. Your father prepared you for this life. So let's not get this thing twisted. I'm going to you. I'm going hood on you real quick. But I'm speaking to man like straight good language. I'm not speaking profanity. None. I'm just saying let's not get this thing twisted. Like you are certified. And when you share that online the other day, it puts you in another life. You share with us, it's like when somebody talking about a story about Tupac. You know what I'm saying? Like when somebody share with me a story about Dolph, like you share with us a history block about Martin Luther King that forever put you in another stratosphere. And you have to recognize that. Like, I get it, truly, I get it. Like you a humble woman. And that's a good quality. But at the same time, we as a people, we need that lion. You talk about the eagle, you talk about the monkey, you talk about the whale, the shark, you talk about all these different things you study. My question to you, sis, I mean, that's like on a side note, a commercial. Why do you study these things? What
Because I
about these
like
things
to,
you study? Why?
yeah, because I love to. Lions are very, and y'all let me get into lions. Lions, thank you, Tanya, for the $2 super sticker. Thank you so much. Lions are very strategic, and I always say we can learn a lot from animals' behavior. Lions are very strategic, how they are in the pride. This is what I meant to say, and this is relating to the ladies. I grew up around men, and I'm not saying that they were perfect, but they were soldiers. Men are supposed to be the head, they're the providers, and they are the protectors. Well, if you look at the lions, and this blew my mind. Whenever there's a pride, they was doing a study on a pride of lions, which is my favorite animal, and I'm a Leo too. With a pride of lions where there was nothing but women, and even though the women can move faster and they go out and they do most of the hunting, that is a strategy because the women can run faster because the men are bigger and heavier, and the men don't do a whole lot of hunting, the male lions, because they don't want them to get injured. The buffalo and the bulls injure lions more than anything. But I was looking at the documentary where it was a pride of lions. There was no king in their pride, and it was mostly females, and they had all of these cubs because their king lion had gotten killed in a fight, trying to protect their territory. And they after so long of not having a male in their pride, they started to starve. It was there was something happened, and they were not getting enough food because they had so many um cubs in their pride, right? But they were bigger cubs. It was so many of them. Well, um they started to starve. The women went into the females in the pride went into mourning. This blew my mind. They went into mourning and started wailing. Y'all, this blew my mind. I never forgot it. They started wailing, and their wail could be heard all the way across the Serengeti. And when they started wailing, any lion that is not in a pride, that does not have females and other cubs in a pride, if they are, they call them, God, what do they call them? A nomad lion, no, a nomad lions, which means they don't have a pride, they don't have a family. But any lion that hears, male lion that hears a female lion go into wailing, that means they are in distress. They are obligated to come to where they are and take over their pride and make sure that they eat. It blew my mind. How when that lion came from all the way on the other side of the Serengeti, they started greeting him. Wow. You can learn a lot from animals. That's the way it is in the animal culture. Now they're giving these animal chemicals and stuff and trying to say, well, you know, that there are lions that are like this and this behavior is normal. No, it ain't. It ain't. A lot of times humans are destroyers. They go out there into the jungle and start giving them food, and chemically, because we are chemical beings, it started messing them up. That's why you see a lot of this behavior that is abnormal, but they try to tell you that it is normal because they're working on us chemically, really. Okay? And they're doing the exact same thing to animals, because there was a time you did not see animals of the same sex cohabitating. Period. Okay? And I'm not saying anything about anybody, but you didn't see that. You think about whales. Whales and dolphins are very strategic. I love to sit and watch them, how they communicate and how they start strategizing when they're getting ready to get their prey. The sounds that they make and how they line up. They're very strategic. That lets you know that you're stronger in numbers. They don't fight with each other. They start strategizing. It bothers me how when I start seeing how humans go out into the water and they start going into the jungles and things of that nature, and how they do the animals, especially the whales. I was looking at when they go get these whales where they have a water world or whatever, those whales kill somebody probably once every 5 years, because whales are not supposed to be in places like that. They're supposed to be out there where they are, in the ocean or wherever they are. They're not supposed to be they're not supposed to be caged up in places like that and making them flip and stuff like that. They get extremely depressed. And then when they get old, they just put them back out there in the water. And then they don't know how to feed themselves. They've lost all sense of everything and they die. That's the exact same thing that they did to the whale in the Free Willy movie. Like, I study all that stuff. And it could be because, like, I eat, sleep, and drink investigations. That's what I do all day. Like, sometimes I have to turn myself off because I'm always looking at cases. That's my job. That's what I'm hired to do. I'm always studying something. Me and my team, we're always strategizing on something to find something out. So when I start, other than my children and my mom and them, I go spend time with them. It's just something about animals, because doing investigations, I see how evil people can be. Like, y'all would never know, like, a lot of this stuff, a lot of these investigations that I do, a lot of the stuff people hire me for, a lot of these government contracts that I have, that we get, and a lot of the things that we have to do aside from when I worked at the police department. Like, it's people do evil stuff on so many levels, and you go, oh my God, I can't believe there's a lot of humans that are way worse than an animal could ever be. Because one thing about animals, when they kill something, it is because they are in survival mode. You got humans that are killing people just to say, I killed somebody, and to go put a dot up under their eye. So that's why I love studying animals, because it's just the nature, the thing that, like, there's the how they survive, how they all just they come together, how they strategize together. That's a lot of what humans need to be doing.
Hey, sis.
Thank you, Little Miss Muffin. She's a member too. Thank you, Little Miss Muffin, for becoming a member. Go ahead, Harold.
Now I was gonna say, it's like when the Pharisees and the scribes looked at Jesus when he performed that miracle, when he took that little boy, lunch and fed all them thousands, or when that one man was blind and they heard about Jesus, helping him be able to see, or when they heard about when Jesus, you know what I mean, like that man Lazarus was dead and then Jesus raised him dead. See, I talked to you earlier today when Jesus asked the disciples about what who do man say I am and who do you say I am. All along, the people who was nailing Jesus on the cross, they didn't realize that 3 days we just celebrated Easter. In 3 days, Jesus was about to come up out that tomb. But all along, when you look back in the ministry of Jesus, when Jesus was addressing, as like you talk about a lot of times, the status quo, the powers to be, the Pharisees, the scribes, and the Sadducees, because when you look back on history, sis, that's why I want to get back to it. It's always been a group of men that's been secretly, plottingly bringing about certain activities amongst other group of men. And those who have the power to be able to control the narrative and dictate to other group of men, that's what's always been in all these years. But Jesus told us simple folks, he gave us a riddle or ingredient in all this mess that you talk about a lot. Dudes putting bags on people's head, crooked politicians, and that and that's that. Jesus said to us when Peter discovered the power of Christ Jesus. See, you have to see some people in the book of Timothy, it talk about having a form of godliness, but denying the power thereof. See, me all day long can sit up here and talk about how we are believers in Jesus Christ, but never access the power that's connected to Jesus Christ. And the power that's connected to Jesus Christ is what he said, being able to bound and loose it on heaven and earth. In other words, having heaven's ear. You see, my symbol is H up there. That's if any pastor, if it's TD Jakes, Creflo Dollar, the one guy out there, Joel Osteen, I can tell you, when we got the ear of heaven, there's nothing on this earth that can stop the person who has the ear of heaven. Because, brother, I heard Farrakhan say this one time. If God is for you, then you are the majority.
Hold on. Let me thank you, Hakia, for becoming a new member. Thank you so much. They're becoming steady. Thank y'all so much. I appreciate that. Rest in peace, Young Dolph says, T, come on with my membership now. I love T. Show everybody. Like and share the video. Thank you. Rest in peace, Young Dolph. Y'all really gonna make me cry tonight.
It's because I'm gonna say it one time. I'm gonna be quiet again one more time. So I gotta say this one on here. It said, if God is for you, then you are the majority. So think about this, sis. If God himself is for you, whether you recognize it or not, just like Abraham, he didn't recognize at the time with Pharaoh when Pharaoh was about to try to take Sarah from him. He didn't realize that. He didn't realize the law that God had put down. Those who bless you, I will bless. And those who curse you, I will curse. That's what you got on your life, sis. Anybody, whether it's me or whoever out here in this world, internet world, that bless you, they're going to be blessed. And anybody who curse you, they're going to be cursed. Because you got the blessing of God upon you. I'm just telling you, I'm only telling you what it is.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Harold. I really enjoyed you tonight, Harold. I really enjoyed you tonight. Let's see. Miss Vicky says 911. I see it on my Android. Okay, she sees it. Okay, we got 181 likes. If you all haven't subscribed, please subscribe. Tanya G says your life is written already. Just keep moving. That's so true. No, I always tell people. Thank you, Tanya, for that too. No devil in hell can never stop the plan of God. As hard as people work, and I know we all go through our own things. That's the reason why I can't understand when I tell people when they are in leadership position, especially when they're supervisors. You know, yes, people are supposed to come to work to do their job, but you have some people who can't handle authoritative positions. People have their own things going on. It's our responsibility not to put more on people that putting no more on them that is necessary. Some people have issues and they come in and they take it out on other people. And as hard as people, a lot of us may work to put out the truth, to try to be as honest as we can, or really or even to help people. There are a lot of people on here that actually help people. They have help shows. The enemy is always watching and working just as hard to try to keep the truth out. That's why when I say all the time, people say, well, why do you tell people you pray before you get on here? Because I want every demon in hell to know that I got the armor on.
Uh-huh.
The internet, I was listening to one of the federal agents say, the internet is one of the most dangerous places that there is. Okay. That's why you have federal agents and you have law enforcement agencies that are more and more that are hiring teams that is strictly dedicated to the internet. Just like it is physically dangerous, it's spiritually dangerous because you have so many devils that are always watching. And and you go, well, a lot of people go, well, why? But number one, some people are paid. That's their job. Number two, you see some people just jealous hearted and evil. They will zone in on you instead of worrying about themselves. That's just them. And that's how it is anywhere. You have some people go, but they got more than me. Why they messing with me? Because the devil can see first of all, the devil is attracted to the anointing, number one. They come after that. They're not willing to go somewhere and get consecrated and get some of that anointing for themselves and ask God to anoint them. They come after yours. That's what the devil does. The devil comes to steal, kill, and destroy. It wants to drain you of anything that attracts people to you. And the devil can see the light on most of people. Sometimes the devil can see on you what you can't see on yourself. That's why you can't understand, well, why people keep coming at me. This person making $40,000 more than me. Why they keep coming at me? Because they see the potential. They've already seen the potential. They see the light on you that you have not recognized on yourself. And so they try and destroy you because they know you're going to be a force to be reckoned with. So they try and kill you. They don't understand that's what's for you. A devil in hell can't stop it anyways. That's why some people, when you hear me say it, some people you just can't mess with because they're protected in the spiritual and in the physical. You don't ever know who stands with a person.
Amen.
You don't never know who you coming up against.
Amen.
In the physical, let alone in the spiritual.
Woo-wee. You better,
and that's why some people, when they start going that route, the next thing you know, some of them, that I say you have to be very careful. Dog, that person just had a heart attack and died. That's because there's some people you just can't mess with. Sis. Talking about being exposed, you'd have did a whole lot better if you had just stayed on over there. Because there's some people that you just can't mess with. And people go, oh, well, I'm bad. Now you can't stop what's predestined by God, because that's something you can't fight with, and that is the spirit of God, because your arms ain't long enough to box with God. It's some people you just can't mess with.
What is you over there on? Like, sis, like you boy, if I was in church, I'll be running out, right? What are you over there on, sis? What you doing? What you over there doing, sis?
I just had
you on fire tonight. It's something else when you got me on fire. I'm usually the one hyped up. Like, when you got me amped up, I'm about to get run outside and run me a couple of miles tonight. Woo, we praise the Lord. Thank you, Jesus. Go ahead. I just had to say that. Go ahead. I ain't mean to cut you out. Like, keep talking. Like, you talking that truth. You
That's
talking
why when
truth.
people say, you gonna use you use your skills. I don't have to use my skills because I'm protected. I have people
Amen.
watching my back in the physical, but I know
Amen.
the person that's the people that's the spirit of God that watches my back in the spiritual stands stronger
Amen.
than any physical being.
Glory be to God. Amen. Go ahead. Mm, 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 mm. It's
Hold on.
beautiful to hear God, man, word. Go ahead.
What
Woo.
happened to my comments? Okay. Hey, Demon.
Hello, how are you?
I'm great. I was just saying, is Demon
You know, I popped in earlier, but that was on a sneak tip. I had to work a special event at work tonight, and plus I'm doing my regular shift. So I just thought I'd pop in real quick. And I was listening to you and Harold and the other gentleman that was up here. And, I just wanted to pop in real quick and just say that, I'm really dismayed at how people play with deceased loved ones' names. You know what I mean?
here?
I
Mm-hmm.
was looking earlier at how they're dredging up garbage on Nipsey Hussle. So
Mm-hmm.
my point of saying that is that you not only took these people from their families, now even in death, you want to slander and drag their names through the mud. And when I say it makes me sick to my core, it makes me nauseous. It really does, Tamara. And I just really say, all of these devils and their minions going straight to hell.
Yes,
Seriously.
indeed. Yes, indeed. Because a pride. That's why I posted that the other day. Because God put that in my spirit. Pride always comes before a fall. They step right into their very own. They walk right into the ditches that they call themselves digging for everybody else. People
Yeah.
start getting bold, and God allows it because the further up they think they go, that everybody can see you when you up high, right? More
Yeah.
people can see you. God allows us to see them fall. That lets you know crime don't pay. I had a dream the other night, and I've been always very gifted in dreams. And I saw in my dream, that's why I say, Moneybag, you'll need to be careful because God has always allowed me to see stuff in my dreams. And I know what I saw in that dream, and I remember what was said in that dream.
Mm-hmm.
You cannot do evil things. And I'm not saying that he's doing anything evil, but if he is, I think he needs to watch himself.
Mm-hmm.
Because God, a lot of times, God will, especially with me, I pray a lot as it relates to this situation. It's just something about this Young Dolph situation. It bothers me how inhumane so many people are when a young man can lay there dead. And people
Mm-hmm.
can put in their music and laugh about it and hint at that they had something to do about it. We as the people complain about it, but we ain't doing nothing about it. We got to stop our grandchildren from buying music like that. We got to stop listening to it. We got to stop putting celebrities in high places that we should only have God because they're mere man.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. You
And
know,
without our support, they couldn't be where they are anyways. Sending destruction back to the very communities that is making you rich.
mhm.
I can't. It's something about that bothers me.
It's so depraved on so many levels until you can't even wrap your mind around the things that go on. And what I can't wrap my mind around is how did it get to the point where our black men are gossiping and acting worse than schoolgirls on the play lot. I've never seen a group of black men that are so petty and so childlike. You know, I can't even wrap my mind around what have our black men become. You know what I mean? And like you said earlier, about the female lioness, is that they depend on the male lion. And we as a community depend on our Black men to step up to the plate and guide and lead our children. But it seems these days it's just the opposite. You have more powerful female women in positions that's trying to get a hold of our communities and lead. And I'm not saying that there aren't, because we have some Black activists, male activists in my city, and they do their best to really try to, spread the word. And they're angry about the gun violence and everything. But in this rap industry, I really think in my heart it needs to be dismantled and
Absolutely.
banned.
Absolutely. Thank you, Hero Fix TV, for becoming a member. They've really been showing out tonight. Thank you
Oh,
so much for becoming a member, Hero Fix TV. But I agree with you, Dima. It's going to have to be dismantled because these people are destroying the very people that came out of these communities, sending destruction back and doing it with a smile. They doing it with a smile.
mm-hmm. And we need to picket some of these radio stations because, like, what's the gentleman that got up here the other night speaking on the history of, how these radio stations, they get paid to play certain artists' music in rotation. You hear that same song back to back. And he's not lying about that because in my city, these radio stations will play 2 or 3 artists' songs back to back to back. And, we need to start getting on these radio stations next too, because, they're a whole part of the reason why this stuff is out here in rotation like this. The radio stations, the media platforms, these Spotify's and all these different platforms, they are putting this stuff out here. And it's almost like that ritualistic type of chant. If all you hear is evil all day, every day in your ear. Now, I don't listen to this stuff, but we have our kids that's listening to it. And it's kind of hard to monitor everything that your kid listens to because it's just out here. But, as a people, we need to start marching for stuff like that and speaking out on stuff like that and hold some of these platforms accountable.
Absolutely. I agree. I absolutely agree. And once you start hitting, that's right. Stop listening to these radio stations when they play certain things. If we stop listening to them, then they won't have the ratings and they can't get the advertisement.
Exactly. Because, and like you say, you have these advertisers paying these stations, and that's how they make their money.
Mm-hmm.
That's how they're able to survive. So, when they're not getting and we need to boycott, just as plain and simple, hashtag boycott drill music. And it's not all rap music because, we have rappers like Common and Chance the Rapper. We have rappers like those 2 gentlemen that don't spew hate and venom. It's only in this drill culture.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And when these record heads are going to have to be held responsible, they shouldn't be able to say, well, I even though this is my artist, I couldn't control them. There has to be some repercussions with these record heads, because if your artist continues to do certain things, continues to drop certain things, continues to just be all out destructive, then we the people are going to be led to believe that you actually got them doing it and you are in agreement with it.
Of course
way it
they're in
goes, it has
agreement.
to be some repercussions. Thank you, Tanya, for the $2 super sticker. And that means you're in agreement with it. Either way it go, we can't support you. That's the only way that a lot of these artists are going to get some type of humility and become humble. When we stop supporting them, we can't let our kids download their stuff.
That's
And
right.
then that's going to make the record labels and these people that's putting money behind them say, well, then we got to go back to the drawing board because you ain't getting the numbers.
But they could care less. These record labels could care less because, see, this is what's selling and what's making money. And, I don't listen to this music, like I say, but when I go through it, sometimes I'll just randomly click on some of these artists' music videos. and I'll stop it once it gets started, just so they don't get that airtime. I know I'm
That's
being,
it too, y'all.
yeah,
Sis.
I'll stop it, and then I'll just want to go and look at the views that they've had. And when you see the amount of views that they have in 1 hour, it is astronomical. In 1 hour, where they almost could have, let's say 100,000 views in 1 hour. It's like we have got to get a handle on this, because when you're controlling the minds of our youth in an hour, can you imagine when that video is out there, sitting out there on these platforms for days? How many of these young kids have listened to this?
Hey, sis.
Harold.
Like I was talking to the sis earlier today, like, and my roommate just went to work. She'll tell you, like, I'm always like, even with the word of God, I hammer certain things that God said. Like, even in trouble situations and whether I was shot or this, I always come back to God's word, because Jesus said this when he was being tempted by the devil. He said, man shall not live by bread alone, but by every word that proceeded out the mouth of God. That's what Jesus said. And so I come to understand in my life, in this journey, how powerful the word of God is. And so when I'm telling you, the sister said something about the lion earlier, how when the lion, how the lion will show up and perform his role, for us being security to the squad, to that particular flock. In the position that lion is called to be put in, for us protecting and offering that protection and security to this lioness in the cubs and whatnot. And it's the same scenario that we got going on right now. Like y'all too, I don't know how old you are, Miss D, and it's not even my business, but like, I'm a young man. Like, when I tell you, like, I don't fear nothing but God. Like, I seen everything that's going on when it comes to this industry with hip hop, Hollywood, Democrat, Republic, Independent. Like, I'm such a historic, I'm such a junkie when it comes. When I get off this line, I'm gonna get to start researching something, whatever in my mind. Like, God created me that way. I'm chosen to do that. And I'm saying this, like, the power, whether we realize this, and I'm gonna give y'all something to go study if y'all want to, or think about, and y'all when y'all off this line. But in the book of Romans, in the 8th chapter, one of my favorite books throughout all scriptures, where God talk about a certain thing taking place, and he talk about this adoption being with, and this adoption to those out there who are in the body of Christ is when you understand your power and your ability. It's kind of like when Jesus understood his power. Or let me tell you another name, Elijah. Let me tell you another name, Enoch. These individuals understood their responsibility and their role and their power. So let me take you to one scenario where it was Elijah going against all the false prophets, and Elijah called fire from the sky. Why did Elijah feel like he can call fire from the sky? Because he had already had dealings with the Father, with God, who made him understand and know that even if I'm presented with a situation when I got to do this, it's gonna happen because of faith. And my point is this: it's like I was talking to you earlier today, sister, about binding and loosing what's in heaven on earth. We have to understand, and it's my part as the male and the sister, because she loves animals, as the lion, is to make us understand, like, we ain't got nothing to fear. We on the aggressive as the people. We not running around here being scared. The bloggers who are out here that's lurking for my sister, y'all better get some gear right. Because my sister got that host of heaven behind her. What y'all talking about? Y'all better go find somebody else to play with, because y'all find yourself in a situation where y'all be repenting to God. Because, and I'm going to say this real quick. When you understand clearly your position in God, everything in life makes sense. Only when you are not sure where you at with God, where you stand, your talents, your gifts, your abilities, your purpose, where there's unsurety. And when there's unsurety, there's room where the devil can come in and manipulate you, deceive you, to get you to do his work. See, my sister and my other sister online, we in the business of doing God work, which is the kingdom. And my sister, I'll be hearing my sister sometimes, certain situation, whether it's a random blogger or somebody get on here and fluster my sister, and I'll be like, and I'll be at work or whatever I'm hearing, I'll be like, man, I'll be wishing I can just like come up on a moment and protect my sister. But God let me know in that moment, like, who is you? That's my child. I got her protected. Ain't nobody gonna touch her hair on her head. Get in your place, Harold. I'll be like, oh, okay, God, I'm sorry. Like, you know what I'm saying? But sometimes I get so in my feelings because my sisters, my brothers, my kings and queens don't really understand, not to say my sister Tamara don't, because I really do believe my sisters know who she is in God. But a lot of my kings and queens don't know who they are in God. And so therefore they don't understand their purpose. And so when you don't understand your purpose, you are bound to be flustered.
Mm-hmm. Thank you,
I'm
Harold.
just saying.
JT says black destruction is a $1 billion industry for these Jews. Hero Fix TV says drill music is straight. Drill is straight hate music, and that's true. And like I said, we could change the narrative because regardless to whether parents want to um, uh, accept it or not, if your child is still living in your home, you got a lot of control over what they do. We can change the narrative because it has to start at home. It can't start at school. It has to start at home. We got to start influencing our children right. And once we start influencing them right, a lot of this drill music that's causing destruction within the community, once we start validating them at home, this stuff that they hear these rappers talking about, they ain't gonna even want to hear it anyways. Because the vibration on a lot of this music is just too low, anyways. You know, I was looking at, and I hate to say this, but I look at Black Youngster now. It's almost sad to look at Black Youngster because it's like Black Youngster have a dark cloud over his head, like even with his videos, like a evilness that's just really sad. Like you could see that it's some dark shadows around him. And the sad thing about it is Black Youngster, a lot of his older aunts, because see, I never knew Black Youngster personally. They believed in God, but that young man has a, when you look in his eyes, I pay close attention to people's eyes. I see a soulless human being with a lot of evilness around him. And it's a sad thing.
Hey,
How you
sis.
doing, Skinny Gal?
I'm doing fine. How are you tonight?
I'm doing good.
Awesome. And hello to everybody on the panel tonight. I just wanted to interject a little bit before I go sign off and go to bed. I totally agree with everything Harold and I was listening to Dima as well. We're saying this is not a rebuttal, but I have a slightly different perspective. Based on, like Harold was talking about, you have to know your position in the kingdom. You have to know, what your giftings are, even in the spirit realm. And I say that to say that I'm a music lover. I love music, all genres of music. And I actually listen to, I've listened to some drill music. And I say that to say I take a different perspective on some things because I am an intercessor. Mm-hmm. And it's just like going to war. I'm prior military. It's just like going to war. You have to study your enemy. A lot of times, people are quick to say things. Let me just use the Chicago area. A lot of the drill artists out of Chicago, Sosa, King Von, Dark, there's FBG Duck. People have to know, when I see things, I just see things. I try to see things through spiritual eyes. People have to know there's a stronghold. There's a demonic stronghold over that area. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of times we judge people and we cast them down. But being the salt of the earth, what are we doing about it? Are we interceding for them? You know what I'm saying? Are we praying for deliverance from them? Are we praying that God will send godly men into their lives or women, who can speak life into them? There's always a core. Why are they killing the way they are there? What is the core? What is the root? What is that demonic root that has such a stronghold over that area? where black men, you know, young kings and young queens are being taken out in droves. There's something wrong with that spiritually. And I'm just saying, as an intercessor, that, you know, I find it as my duty and I take pleasure in doing it. Somebody has to pray for them. You know what I'm saying? You can listen to the music and realize, it's just like Player Cole was saying the other night when he was talking about the Dolph situation. And he was like, if everybody, he just encouraged everybody. And I reached out to him. I think it was either early today or I think yesterday, because I actually went back and did what he said. He was like, go back and listen to the music. All the clues are right. I mean, there's a lot being told in the music.
Absolutely.
And I did. I went back and I listened to, I started with the new, and I hate to put the name out of it, but I mean, it is what it is. I listened to the new Black Youngster song that just came out in the last day or two. I went back and listened to one of the young, you know, the young men that's already been arrested. I went back and listened to his music, you know, and it's just it's same thing I'm saying with the drill music. There's so much info in the music.
Yes, it is.
You know, how can you defeat? It's like from a military standpoint, how can you defeat your enemy if you don't even know the enemy? If you don't know the enemy's tactics, if you don't know the enemy's strategies, how he moves, how he attacks.
Hey, sis.
Mm-hmm.
Can I say something to you real quick?
Sure.
It's one of the things I was telling my little cousin. He got a studio up in Kansas City, Missouri. I'm in Kansas right now on the Kansas side. So these are one of the things I say to my little cousin, and not only my cousin, my mother, and like other individuals in my family, because like when they, like, it's no telling when they liable to see me. Like the next time they see me might be 5 months down the road, or it might be a year down the road. So my thing with him, I'm telling him like, cuz, like, why do y'all always act so like when I'm around y'all, like y'all gonna always be around me? Mm-hmm. And that's my biggest thing with our culture. Not saying this about, and that's why I love my sister, because my sister, for whatever reason, I guess it's a power or discernment within her. She heard my sincerity and my genuine love for my people and our time, and age, and she just embraced me. But so many of our people wait to see the person become who they're supposed to be before they support the person along the way. Mm-hmm. It's like we talk about like why we don't have like young kings, young warriors, like when it's like, I'm telling y'all right now, like I'm right here and y'all, I'm right here. It's nothing. I'm in y'all face telling y'all like when it comes to like what's going on in our generation. Like there's no need. And a lot of us focus on all the problems like drill music and this and that. Like, but these things are being addressed. But just like the sister was talking to me a minute ago, like, what you think is going to happen on the next court day? This is a lengthy process.
It is.
And when you talk about the experience of the Black mind in America and everything that the Black mind, the Black woman and the Black male and the Black child had to go through with this American experience, which to this day has never received any reparation. I was just telling the brother, I don't need no reparation. Just the fact that I come from such wealthy stock and I know who I am is payment enough for me.
Absolutely.
But I'm trying to say, like, in this moment in time in which we live in, we are the voice. And we don't realize that we the voice because we in the infancy stage of it. Mm-hmm. One of the brothers, I ain't gonna mention his name. It's a couple of brothers who got a couple of podcasts is booming out here. If I say their name, y'all gonna know who I'm talking about, but I ain't gonna mention their name because I'm on my sister podcast. But we are in a time where our knowledge, our experience, our wisdom, our discernment, our connection with heaven is allowing us the opportunity to do great things. I'm talking about big, great things. And in our mind, I'm talking about, I don't know how old you are, sister, but my sister Mary is in my age bracket. And we have seen, I was just telling her earlier today how when I see her, she remind me of Oprah.
Okay, I think I'm a little older than both of you guys, I think. From what
you may be. But I was just telling the sister how she remind me of Oprah. And me and you, all of us look at Oprah and be like, man, Oprah, she's big. Like, but man, what Oprah's done, I don't care who you look at. Jay-Z, Michael Jordan, Barack Obama, whoever you think about in this world. And like, if a person get with God, they can get, God can put you in an extraordinary, impeccable position in life because he controls life. And my point is this, like my point in closing in this, like God connected all of us together for a purpose.
Absolutely.
To bring in, to usher in, because I'm gonna say this and I'll be quiet. I'm gonna sit back and listen to y'all. We talk about the kingdom of the darkness, but the only way the kingdom of darkness is gonna be dealt with if people like us deal with. That's why God birthed us in this generation. We, sister, you, Queen, Tamir, you, sister down there, you, sister D, we, sister her, we gotta deal with this darkness in faith. And my sister said earlier today, faith without work is dead. And this is the beginning process in it. Our sister setting the trend and we all tapping in like, yeah, we going this way. Justice for Dolph and moving forward with every other area in our, when it comes to the Black experience.
I totally agree with that because first of all, I don't believe God allowed, this is not happening by happenstance. It's not that this is a divine connection. You know, God, I believe God used Tamara's genuineness concerning the Young Dolph case. That was the vehicle God used to connect us all, but it is a greater purpose.
Hey, let me say this to you real quick. It's like I would never, man, like it hurt. I would never have wanted for Young Dolph, for that to happen to Young Dolph. No more would I would have had wanted to happen to Jesus. Like for them, like, and Jesus suffered. Jesus and Dolph was both same sin because Jesus' case was an overkill because of all what they did. He had to, Dolph, they gunned Dolph down all them times, like 22, whatever shot, like that was an overkill. But I'm trying to say, like, out of Jesus' case, I'm not sitting up here in no comparison because Adolph Young Thornton can't compare to Jesus, but that's my brother. I love him, but I'm just trying to let's make you see the bigness of how God moves. God sees when you talking about dealing with God, mind. Like I'm not going to even sit up here and be prideful and arrogant and rambunctious like a lot of these preachers and pastors out here and say I know the mind of God. That's ridiculous. God is deep, but you got to understand, like God used things to make other things happen. It's like when he allowed them Pharisees and scribes to crucify Jesus, he knew in 3 days Jesus was going to be resurrected. Same way with the Young Dolph case. He know, y'all was going to gun down my son, this king, but I'm going to use this right here to galvanize my people, to galvanize a young Tamara, to galvanize a young Harold, to galvanize this to make y'all realize y'all worth and not to be sitting up here playing these little games. Hold those who are in position of power accountable. That's our job. It's to hold those, whoever that's in this experience called the United States of America, accountable.
And that's what I've been saying from the beginning, that we cannot just elect people and think just because they look like us or don't look like us, that just because we like them, that we don't have to watch them. I think we made that same mistake. And a lot of people, and I was very proud of President Obama, but I think we allowed President Obama to get away with things that we never would have allowed a white president to get away with because we felt like because he looked like us,
right,
that we didn't have to watch him or hold him accountable. And even when he spit in our faces, because we were so proud to have a black face in the place, we didn't hold him accountable. We got to hold people accountable. And when they don't do what they are supposed to do, we don't hold, it ain't nothing personal. We just don't reelect them. And that's how we teach people not to play with the black community. Everybody gets over on the black community. Everybody comes to our communities and hijack our community because we are emotional people. Somebody can come and send destruction back to the community, and then they'll strategize, well, let's go take them a free turkey. After you just destroyed a generation of people, you'll come out there with a turkey because you want to sell an album, and we'll go buy every album they got, and then they laugh behind our backs.
Hey,
that's
sis,
the same thing the politicians do.
Sis, you remember that song back when we was little? And like I know your daddy, your mom probably bumped this song. It was like, I think it was Franklin Beverly and Mays. We Are One. You remember that song?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I remember we had that when we was little. in our ear, like as a culture. And one, that's why I'm not mad at the establishing back in the day, whether it's Frederick, Edgar Hoover, and all them dudes, because we like think about this, like if we as a people would have came together in the 70s, you would be looking at a different America in 2022.
Mm-hmm.
If they would allow Martin Luther King to live, you'd be looking at a different America in 2022. Because our people back in your father and my mother back in the day, like they had Frankie Beverly and the Mays telling us we are one, love one another. Ozzy brother, that was our music. You know what I'm saying? Like love one another. Like, hey, yeah, like we love them. Like we grew up in love. And we got a disagreement, we gonna beat up on the block and we gonna fight. You gonna swell my eye like, damn, I took a loss on that, man. I love you, man. Damn, like you swell in your hand, like, and we going with our life. That's how people who picked up guns and all them was the weak versions out here, because we grew up believing what Frankie Beverly and Mays said. We are one.
That's right. Tanya G says they realized the mistake they made with Jesus. That's why justice will come for Dolph. Divine Black Rose says it's so easy to laugh or look away because during the times of slavery, we did the same thing. That's true. It's not me or mine. It's the mentality. Absolutely.
Tamara,
says this is, I'm
sorry to interrupt you. I had a question. Maybe I jumped in a little late, probably in the session tonight. But is there any reason why, you guys may have already discussed, is there any reason why it's taking so long for that discovery to come forth?
I think the reason it's taking so long for that discovery to come forward, because if you listen to the defense attorneys, they said that they have not received everything right.
Right.
I really believe that either the prosecutors are not giving them everything because they want to protect, because they have to give them everything. Some witnesses. Look at what Ganguly did. He went on TV, on national TV, and says that he was afraid that defendants would turn on each other. That was a slick way of putting something into the atmosphere. I think it's some things that they're trying to protect. It's not that they don't have it. I think they're trying to protect some things.
Wow.
Because these defense attorneys don't have to live in the areas that Straight Drop and them are terrorizing. This is a big case and they want to get a win by any means necessary. And if that means intimidating, helping like some of these, people are doing to intimidate some of the witnesses, defense attorneys always play dirty.
But sis, you gotta also think about this when you talk about a discovery. That's like, let me give y'all a real example of a discovery. I'm gonna take my case for example. In this county I am. Let me take a real example. Okay. A crime was committed. I'm only one person. A crime was committed in this particular case. So the discovery for the detective is to come in on this particular establishment and to figure out the discovery that you're talking about. The discovery in this particular crime is to figure out all the details that went into this particular crime.
Okay.
So when you're talking about a discovery, that's why they told you the other day when whoever the last report was, it's an ongoing investigation. When you talk about the discovery, that's why I was talking when the sister said, what you think is going to happen the next day? We still in the process of discovery. We still tracing, I ain't going to say we. I can't say we, I'm saying them. They still tying up loose ends and this and that. And like I was telling the sister last time when I was on her program, the federal government is one of the most, like strictest, lethal ear when it comes to information. You're not getting no information from the federal government, period, until years down the road. They not letting you know what they know. Now, the Memphis PD might trip up and let you know what they know, because that's just the difference of seriousness in pursuit. You know what I mean? But when you're talking about discovery, that ain't, we way, like it's too much out there already when we're talking about discovery. Like it's too many ends to go search out. And it's like whether it's, I don't even think we had pre-trial yet. It's the detectives, when you're talking about a case at this magnitude and it's large, it's so many loose ends need to be tied up. Because let me say this, and I'm saying allegedly because I don't know. I'm not privy to that information. But let's just say allegedly, for whatever reason, CMG was truly involved in that. You know how much, from the federal government standpoint, like so many, how like Yo Gotti got long money. So you know how like, the poppy rap, all the drama that's gonna come with that.
Yeah.
And you gotta prepare for that type of stuff.
Me personally, I don't really think he has a lot of long money, but I think
he got some money.
I think he's got good money.
I think he got probably a couple of million.
Yeah, he's got enough money I think he's got enough money to fight for a while. You know what I mean? But if it's drug out long enough, he'll run out.
Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that.
His attorneys are not going to but in cases like that, especially when you're dealing with people that's got money,
but sis, let me say this too.
You have everything you want to make sure that you have everything airtight.
Sis, let me say this to you real quick. And I'm not saying it's allegedly, this can't be true. I don't have no, and so the way can recognize, I don't know if this can be told. But let's just say for some weird coincidence, if the government come and find out Gotti and all this, his label has something to do with it. And Jay-Z want to back him and finance him. That's why I say money long. Like Jay-Z could be like totally cut him off like he did Benny Siegel and not deal with him. But just say from his philanthropy, because he feel Yo Gotti come here with him story, he ain't nothing. Jay-Z got a lot of money. You know what I'm saying? Like that's long. Money.
But see, even in situations like that, Jay-Z is rich because of us. So
that's true.
I keep going back to the people have the power. The way that we eliminate all that power, the illusion of power, it's only an illusion of power. It's given to them by the people because we're the ones that support them and buy their stuff. If we stop supporting them, the people that are in the back rooms that we don't see that really own them is going to stop funding them. I keep saying that we relinquish our power to everybody when we're really the ones with the power, but they want us to think that we are powerless. We don't support them. And once we stop supporting Jay-Z, he going to pull away from God.
Hey, sis, you can say
I don't think it's that tight anyways.
Right.
You said 1,000% sure. Hey, sis, that's why I know, like, hey, RIP, we want to say RIP to Dolph, like, RIP and blessing and many blessings on our mother and our sister, Pioneer. I thought about Rosa, but now I'm gaining deep respect for our sister, Miss Crenshaw. You cut from that, so like you speaking of facts that will calm a warrior or a king like me down. You make it focus like you right, like the power is in our hand, we the people.
But Tamara,
that's right, and that's always and there's strength in numbers.
But Tamara, even it doesn't. I'm under the impression it doesn't matter how much money they have because the feds are gonna follow the money anyway, right?
And they're gonna drain them. Absolutely. Their strategy is to drain them and then prosecute them. And then drain them and then convict them.
And when
you can only get away for so long.
And with God, only God, and that's why Dolph, my brother, RIP, I love you, blessing, can't wait. I always say I got a top 5 list of people who I want to see when I get to heaven. Now, number 1 is Jesus, of course, and the second one is Enoch. Dolph, he probably like in the 7, 6. Like I ain't gonna tell you my other 3. Like man, I love Dolph. You can't lie, man. Like I love Young Dolph. I can't even describe to you like so. It's like his life is like Jesus Christ. His life is not in vain. Like I'm trying to tell you, like people don't realize, and you can know this to be the truth, sister. People don't realize. It's like when they didn't realize when Jesus was on earth. People don't realize other people who God blessed with prophetic vision. You are considered rare when you are living. It's like Elijah when he calls fire from the sky. He was rare because he had vision. Everybody want to always look at all the problems and all the situation that's going on wrong, but I choose to focus on what's going good. Through Dolph's life, RIP Dolph, Adolph. Through it, I love my bro. I love him, and I'm offering the richest boom of blessings on his life and everything he read. But like through his life, let me say this real quick, sis. Through his life, me and you was able to connect.
Right.
And it's like, it's sad, like, and whoever did that based upon your perception and your intellect and your integrity and your morality, and not only you, but it's a lot of people out here that's sitting up here focused on, you got the eye of the nation on Memphis, Tennessee. Dolph gonna get his justice. But the biggest story and the biggest beautiful thing, and I know Dolph will appreciate this, is the beautiful thing about us being able to come together and rectify the problems going on throughout our community, throughout the United States of America, and why our young black men are constantly falling victim to these dumb realities that's causing us to kill and quench our natural gifts and abilities and talents throughout the world. Let's address that. Let's address that real quick. Let's address why we can't love one another and become the power people that we was destined to be. Let's address that real quick. The people who did that I'm one of the one. I'm looking forward to seeing what comes out of this Dolph case, because I believe my junction or unction is gonna become right. But past that, it's like my sister down here, it's like we have an opportunity.
Hold on for a
second. The opportunity that we have is to become great. Go ahead, sister.
Let me catch up on my comments. Jay Muhammad says Black Power, love of our family was strong in the 60s and 70s. Crack took over our hood and our women and killed the soul of our people. That's true. That crack in the 80s. That was one of the things that was engineered to destroy the Black community. You're right.
Absolutely.
Hakia says they'll drain the swamp. That's what they do. That's their strategy, Hakia. So sometimes you have to let the enemy think that he's winning, and he do look like he's winning for a season. But one thing that I do know, darkness could never override light, and I see a lot of darkness on these people that's trolling Dolph. That's why I know that light is gonna win. That's why I know he's gonna get justice, because darkness can never override light. Tanya G says money used to shed innocent blood will be removed. That's right, Tanya. Joy Loves God says, but allegedly he is guilty. That money won't matter. He will go to jail. Let's see. Cornelius says Jeremiah Taylor. Justice for Jeremiah Taylor.
Yes.
Justice for Jeremiah Taylor. I think that situation with Jeremiah is real suspicious. They've been very quiet on it, so I know they're doing something about it, but we want justice for Jeremiah, because it was suspiciously, that was very suspicious. Extremely strange.
Sis.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, when next time we gonna be on live?
Saturday.
Saturday? Okay, I'm off Saturday, because I'm out of good. I got one Facebook under my name and another one up under one of my my book, because I'm right. I got a lot of other things going on, so like I want to be able to connect with you, like, because I'm about to get ready to get offline. So I'm like, I'm gonna put it like this. I'm gonna let you think about it for the next couple of days, and when Saturday you come on live, I'm gonna come on live and you just let me know like what I need to do, because as you said, the museum opened up in July. So my question is to you, like, I want you to think about what you need from me, your brother, your king. You know what I'm saying? Like what we need to do moving forward is like making something concrete happen for us with our people. Like, brother, I gotta pull up in Memphis in July and see the museum. Like, so I want to know how to be able to connect with you. So come Saturday, I'm gonna get back on live and you just let me know what I need to do.
Okay, all right. And thank you so much for coming up, Harold.
Hey, I just want to say this before I get offline. It ain't gonna take them but like 20 seconds, if I may. I like to first of all thank and praise our Heavenly Father, in whom I refer to as Abba. Thank him, and my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. Holy Spirit dealing with us. And I like to say this, man, like the Spirit of the Lord is resting upon my sister. And everybody that's connected into my sister will receive this blessing of Abraham. Those who bless my sister will receive the blessing from the Most High. And those who come against my sister and curse my sister will be cursed in various ways. I'm telling y'all who are listening to this, be careful. I'm not sitting up here talking about the government or none of that. I'm talking about in spiritual realms. What I
Yeah.
know, the sister is protected. In the name of Jesus, I offer an endowed blessing on everything moving forward. Y'all enjoy y'all conversation. Y'all enjoy each other in love and in peace. I love all y'all. I'm asking blessings and blessings and blessings. Y'all pray for me, and I ask y'all to hold me accountable to what expected for me as the king in this time. In the name of Jesus, I pray a blessing on all of us. I pray. Amen. Thank
Amen.
y'all.
Thank you,
Amen.
Amen.
Harold. Have a good
Bye,
Amen.
night.
Harold.
I
Bye,
talk to y'all
Harold.
soon.
Bye-bye.
Good
Okay.
night.
Catalea says, Miss T, can you put the membership info in your description or link area on your channel info? I said, okay. Okay, Catalea. When what you do is click on the Real Talk with Tamara the channel, and right up under my picture up there, you will see where it says join. It says join, and you will see it. Thank you, Kim. Thank you, Kimberly Spencer. Also, you all did a good job tonight. JT, you aren't supposed to be amongst other races until that's understood. We're doomed. Okay. Yes, Jeremiah. Yes. RIP to Jeremiah. We want justice for Jeremiah too, and I believe that that's being handled. Thank you, Tanya, for the $2. God bless you, Harold. It's a shame when people and we don't. It's a shame that young man was just taken out like that. He was stalked. It seems from what they've shown, he was stalked and taken out. So, we don't know if he has something else going on outside of the Young Dolph situation, but it seems weird to me.
Hey, Miss T, I'm gonna say in closing before I hop down, because I'm at work, but I just want to say this real quick. We have to start change in our own household, not so much the community, because once the change come from within the individual household, be it single parent or two parent households, and we get a control of our children and start giving them different narratives. The narrative starts in your household. And once these kids go out on the streets and enter into their adult life, they'll have these tools to take with them and learn to be compassionate human beings. We can't change other things right away, but what we can change is our households immediately.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
It has to. You're right, Demon. It has to start at home. We can hold celebrities responsible, but even with holding the only way we can hold them responsible is by not buying their music when it is teaching destruction. But it still has to start at home, because even if your child hears something that they should not hear, what you have instilled on the inside of them is supposed to rise up. And I know kids go left all the time because they go into stuff, but even when there is a foundation, that's why you see so many kids that they grew up in homes where their fathers were preachers and things of that nature, but they were still at the core of the foundation. There was still some type of value that was implanted on the inside of them. So later on, that's why they could be out in the street for years, and later on they just walk in out of the street, off of the street, and get saved again because there is a foundation there.
Yes, absolutely. Dima, I have a question before you jump off. So what about the if I may, what about the households, parents and households that weren't taught morals and values? Where do we step in? Where do we step in as mothers or fathers when we see, like, example, when we see a young mother in the grocery store and she's talking to her 2-year-old toddler in a demeaning way? using profane words towards him when, just telling him to be quiet or something. What is our role?
So I don't know. What's your name, sister?
Skinny gal.
Skinny girl, all I can say to that is that we got to go back to and Harold was asking how old we were.
I know, I know.
I'll be 55 in October.
Okay,
And I
okay.
grew up in a whole different era where
Mhm.
all of these big name churches or churches in the community that's getting community money and stuff like that, they used to go door to door. They used to be out on the block talking to
Yeah,
people and mingling.
absolutely.
So you never know whose doorstep you can come up on or whose
Mhm.
neighborhood or block you could walk down. So some of
Mhm.
these churches that's claiming to love the Lord and love their communities, we got to get back together and take it back old school. And I'm gonna stand on that because that's the era I grew up. I understand this is the millennium.
Mhm.
I don't give a darn about it being a millennium, you know,
Right.
because we're still talking about God, and that was back in biblical days. So we're
Mhm.
still talking about God. How come we can't still talk about how we used to do things the old school way? So
Right.
some of these churches and some of these people need to gather up and get back together and walk down these blocks, walk through these neighborhoods, ring doorbells, and pass out literature on God and talk to them. I'm not saying you have to be the Jehovah's Witnesses, but you never know who doorbell you might ring. You may ring the doorbell of a single mother that's contemplating doing drugs or alcohol because she can't get a grasp on being a mother or she's just overwhelmed. We got to
Mhm.
get back out as a community and start reaching out to our own. Stop depending on these politicians and other people in high places to do things that's on the battlegrounds, the
Mhm.
battlefield.
I agree with that, and that was a little bit of what I was trying to convey earlier. Is that I haven't been saved all my life. I haven't been born again all my life. I
Hmm.
come from a very intelligent, sharp family, mainly a lot of women, but we gangster too. At the end of the day, you
Oh,
know,
oh, that's right, honey.
you
Don't
know
don't push me now.
exactly, and God has just taken that and refined it. You
Hmm.
know, so
Hmm.
and I say that to say so. We can't forget about and we can't have fear to go in the trenches. That's what street evangelism has always been, especially like you're saying back in the day. You can't
Hmm.
have fear going into the projects. I don't care what project it is. We must have discernment, but we don't
Hmm.
have no fear because we know who we represent. And
Hmm.
sometimes we got to get back to that. These kids, these young people out. I have 3 young adults, adult children. And I listen to my kids, just issues they deal with, but even more so their friends, and their friends know they can come talk to me. These young people out here hurting.
Yeah.
They're pursuing things that, and I look at even the young men that are tied up in this case. Yes, like I said once before, some of these people don't know what love really is.
Hmm.
Some of these kids don't, these young people don't know what tenderness is. They don't know
Hmm.
what it means to be truly, genuinely nurtured.
Hmm.
So that's what I said, I feel like as a community, we do have a responsibility. And
Hmm.
it at the most effective we can do, if we can't get out in the neighborhoods, or we can't go to Chicago and do some street or whatever politic, and just to find out what we can do. The most effective thing we all can do is pray.
That's
Mm-hmm.
right. We pray, and I'm gonna tell you something, Skinny Gal. I pray for people. I pray for everybody, and I'm gonna tell you something. Um, it's nothing more powerful than praying for a person in person. You know,
Mm-hmm.
there used to be in my city used to be a guy that stand on State Street on the megaphone preaching every waking day. That man was standing up there in that black trench coat, and people walk past him and say, "Oh, he crazy. He's so crazy. Oh my God." Ugh. But I'm gonna tell you something. You out of hundreds of people passing him, listening or hearing him preach the word, there may be one or two people in that crowd that may need healing in their spirit and in their soul. Because like I tell everybody, you don't know what people are going through just by looking at them. You know, a person can look sane, but it doesn't mean that they don't have any type of mental handicaps. You know, people go through things. And you've had young men, and I've heard young men say it, you know, because of peer pressure, I didn't want to listen
Yeah,
or change my life.
I'm gonna put y'all on mute for a few minutes. Y'all continue.
Okay.
I gotta
But
take
you,
a break. I'll be back. Okay.
Okay.
okay. But you know, you have young men that say, I wanted to change, I wanted to go the right way, but I didn't want to let my homeboys down. So you got a lot of young men out here. If they had just a mentor or somebody to just take them and grab them by their arm and pull them and say, you know, I got you. I think there's a lot of young men that if they had a different outlet or another avenue, that's could be a stronghold for them. I really do.
Yeah, I agree with that too. You know, a lot of times you hear the OGs saying, you know, you'll hear a lot of OGs saying that, well, this younger generation doesn't listen. You know, they want to do, but I'm always, what is your method? You know, what's your method of trying to impact them? Sometimes more times than not, we got to come from a place of compassion.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you can't just tell me, you know, if I'm cold outside, you can't just tell me to go stand by the fire over there or whatever. Give me a coat. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Or
There you
don't just
go.
tell me you're gonna pray for. Give me a coat,
Mm-hmm.
and then I'll be more willing to. I mean, and that's just ministry at its simplest, at its most basic form. I'll be
Mm-hmm.
more apt to listen to anything you have to say to me. After that
Mm-hmm.
fact, you know.
What they say, the olive branch. Mm-hmm.
Yes.
You know, I used to have and still have a male friend that worked for the railroad. And he said there was a little guy that he watched grow up as a little kid. And he said this boy started cutting up, and his mama was just so dismayed at his behavior. And she felt like she was losing control of her only son. And so he told the young man, because he saw him hanging with the bad crowds and everything. So when he got of working age, he said, I bet if I gave you a job tomorrow, you probably wouldn't even work it. That young man told him, I bet you I would. And do you know, he said, okay, well, come on down. Told him where to go to get the application. He said, I'm going to have your application pulled. He said, because I know the young lady in HR. He had that young man's application pulled. And do you know that young man still works for the railroad? He never looked back.
Wow.
So, Skinny Gal, going back off what you said, you know, sometimes you got to offer them a coat.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Player Co is right. Player Co says, where there is no discipline, there is no love.
Yes. Yeah. I firmly agree with that one.
And you know what, ladies? I was thinking about the young ladies that's out here that's in these domestic violence situations, these relationships. And like Skinny Gal said, you know, they've never had any nurturing or whatever, you know, because probably when they were growing up, their mama probably first thing when the sun come up, they throw them outside in the streets. Go on outside and play so I can have my time to myself. So when these young men get older and they get into these relationships, we know that these young ladies love these guys. So, you know, they get into these relationships and we see the one-sidedness of the young lady nurturing and being like a mother figure for these young men, you know, enabling them to become real men. So in my mind, it's like they never really become real men because they haven't experienced to do things on their own uh, to take care of themselves. So when they get into these relationships with these young ladies, and these young ladies are so nurturing and loving, they take that and they embrace that. But at the same time, because they so wrapped up in the streets, they still doing bad things or whatever. So then they want to jump on their girl. And when the girl wants to leave them and she is finally fed up with them, they wind up taking these girls out because it's almost as like they can't live without this one female because she's shown him so much stability and love. You know
Mhm.
what I mean? Once she decided to make up her mind, I'm not gonna put up with your crap no more. I'm seeing more ladies, young ladies, being taken out by their boyfriends
That's
Yeah.
because
true.
she don't want to be bothered with them no more.
It just happened in my city a couple weeks ago, actually, and it was a
Hmm.
major thing. A young man killed her near their job and drove her all the way across town, and it was just a big mess. But it's so, and I think she was only 22. It's so unfortunate.
Yeah. And that's why I say sometimes you can love to a detriment because if that love hasn't been given to him as a child or he's been growing up not feeling like nobody cared or
Mhm.
whatever,
Mhm.
if he grows and brings that baggage with him as a grown man, he's always going to feel some kind of way about a female. You know what I mean? Especially if he
Mhm.
feels abandonment by his mother or something. You have guys who feel like their mother abandoned them, even though they say, well, I love my mama. I'm always love my mama. But
Mhm.
underneath, there's some kind of underlying issue, feelings of abandonment.
They kind of resent her, especially if he grew up in a home where, even though I don't know, it really wasn't her fault. Sometimes they resent their mothers for putting them in environments where the
Mhm.
man was constantly beating on their mother. And men, especially at a young age, they like to try to protect their mothers, and it makes them
Mhm.
feel a certain kind of way when they can't protect them because they're so young. And then as they get older, they start to resent her because they feel like, why didn't she take us out of that environment? Because I'm gonna tell you something that these abusive men do. If that woman has children, especially sons, as they start to get older, they fear those boys are going to turn on them and beat their tails. So they
Mhm.
immediately start trying to put fear in them by dogging them out and abusing them.
Wow.
And then the first thing they'll say is, once that boy starts to get older, they'll tell the mother, you need to put him out. Because they know while he's beating that woman one day, that boy might rise up and hurt him.
Hmm. So for all of our young sisters out here that we see, with their little toddler babies or they're pregnant, whatever, it doesn't hurt to stop. And I do that all the time. If I'm out and I see a young lady struggling, you know, uh,
Yes.
I myself have even said, hey, sister, you okay? I've even shared my phone number if you need somebody to talk to. We have to start just as an individual walking up, even if they are a stranger. It's nothing wrong with never ever sharing love and knowledge to a stranger because at the end of the day, we all are one, as Harold said. We all are one.
That's right.
And
Absolutely.
ain't nothing wrong with standing in a Walmart line. Don't condemn her because she letting her kid have it or whatever. That's the only way she know how to deal with it.
Mhm.
Ain't no wrong
Mhm.
walking over and say, "Hey, sister, you need some help." And if you got extra money, like can I, buy your Pampers or buy your milk or something for you? And then that's what breaks the barrier, and you can break into conversation. No, you don't stand up there and start disciplining her or disciplining her child. That's not what you do, it's how you do it.
Mhm. That is absolutely true. And also, I like to say in reference to, because a lot of time we do focus on our young women, but what about in reference to the young men? I think especially more mature, more seasoned women, we have to, and I teach my daughter this. I only have one daughter. She's 26. She's my baby. And I teach her this, as women, we have to speak life into our young men, into the lives of kings. I think one of the most saddest things I probably ever heard from a guy, was to say that, just walking down the street, even our black women don't even look at us. When they see us, they don't speak to us. When we're out in public, they have this fearful look in their eyes as well. It doesn't do any harm to say, to be able to say, well, good morning, young king, or to give a compliment. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So we got to start speaking life into our brothers, because I'm finding, a lot of even Tupac said it. I mean, men learn their game from their mamas.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, and it's true, they do. So, for those who didn't have that in place, or whatever the game may be, positive or negative, we have, as women, we have a bigger role in the life of our men. I feel like we can be some of the largest enablers of men.
And we set the atmosphere for our home.
Yes.
We're the models of our home.
I mean, we can love our men and support them without usurping their authority. They still need to be men.
Absolutely.
And that's what said, even you see it a lot more in the younger generation, where women are just enabling men. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to fill it out. I may teach
a man is the head. A man is a caretaker. And I'm going to tell you something else that a lot of women are doing. And it's going to have to stop, ladies. When a man comes into your life, he comes to add value. Whenever, and I'm not saying that men don't fall on hard times, but no
Right.
real man, he's gonna feel a certain type of way. It's women make more money than their men all the time, but what they do is they take care of their households equally.
Mm-hmm.
But a real man feels a certain type of way when a woman provides for him. That it was never designed for it to be like that.
Mm-hmm.
Not unless you've been with that man and something happens to him physically. Then you have to step in and you're your husband's helpmate. But it was never designed for a woman to be a sole provider for her husband while he sits at home and does nothing.
Mm-hmm.
And a real man has an issue with that. The first thing a real man is going to say, I got an issue with eating off of a woman because I'm supposed to be the provider and the protector of my family.
Yes. Absolutely. I totally agree.
And a lot of these girls don't even know that. The first thing they'll say is, I gave him this, I gave him that, I bought him this, I bought him that. They don't even understand. They don't even understand.
That's true.
See, you can't buy love with anybody, and that's male or female. You can't buy love. And sometimes you have to get to the root of the problem, because if the red flags are there and if a person tells you something, believe it.
Mm-hmm.
Once a person shows who you are, you have to move accordingly. And some of our men that's out here, like I said, as individual women and individual men, we have to just start doing a small part. And sometimes you got to crawl before you walk, especially with the things that's going on. So, it's nothing wrong as an individual just walking up to a person saying, hey, you cool, you need to talk, especially if you see them going through something. You never realize how it does the spirit good to get things off your chest and talk to somebody.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Yeah, we've been on here 4.5 hours. D-Mon, what would you like to say in closing? I think she put us back on mute. Skinny Gal, what would you like to say in closing?
I just want to say justice for Young Dolph and for the many other rappers out there that have been slain, due to gun violence. I also want to say that I appreciate your platform, Tamara, just giving us a voice and an outlet to come together, just a fellowship, and to encourage and uplift one another, because that's what it's about, uplifting one another. I'm a huge one. I believe in teach one, reach one, teach one, whatever order you want to put it in. So my prayer is that that's something that was said on today's session, that it helps someone, even if it only reach one person, to think differently, to have a paradigm shift, you know, in their thinking. So that's my closing remark.
But thank you, Skinny Gal. Thank you for coming up. And thank you for being a member.
Oh, you're more than welcome. I appreciate you.
I'll talk to you guys again Saturday.
Okay.
I'm going to be posting some stuff tomorrow, though.
Okay. Have a great evening.
Okay, you too.
Bye bye.
I think Dima has us on mute. I know she's at work, but I want to thank you all for tuning in. Rest in peace, Young Dolph says, Miss T, what's so strange? The girl who straight drop paid for YK. What said he told her, you gonna hear my name a lot when he was on the run. That's weird. Basically saying I did that. Dolph people know. Yeah. I believe that straight drop is involved too. I think we all know that. But I want to thank you all for tuning in. We had a really good time tonight. We talked about a plethora of things. You guys, always remember to think for yourself and just know that justice will be served for Dolph. It may be a little perpetual because I feel like there are so many players in it. There are so many players in it. It's a lot of people, I believe, that wanted Dolph gone purely out of greed. And I don't think it was anybody in pre. I think it was people on the outside that was just jealous of him, such as other rappers, you know, on the outside that was just jealous of him. We're starting to see more and more stuff now, you know, but one thing for sure, people get away with things. It seems like they get away for a season, but every season comes to an end sooner or later. And just like we see it, everybody else who's working this case see it too. Trust me. Just because y'all don't know who the people are that's working this case and y'all don't see them and what they're doing, it don't mean that they're not working it. They are. And they see exactly what we see. They see exactly what we see. So the wheels of justice will turn, y'all. But I want to thank y'all so much. Everybody that subscribed as a member tonight, I really appreciate that. That makes me feel so good. Everybody that has subscribed to the channel, that has been here with me for the whole 4.5 hours, I really appreciate it. Y'all really made me feel so good tonight. I hope that I said something, you know, that you all can, you know, meditate on, or something was said by anybody that was up here that you all can meditate on, because that's what I want. I'm never going to get up here and talk about a problem and not suggest a solution. And it's time for our people to come out of the wilderness. One of my favorite sayings is, Pharaoh, let my people go. I feel like as Black people, we've been walking around in the wilderness for too long because we're always being blindly misled. People are taking pennies on the dollar to sell out the future of their people, whether it's misleading them as far as the media, misleading them when they're in office. And it's time for it to stop, y'all. But the good thing about it is, what they don't want us to know is that we got the power. We got the power to change all that. Because all we got to do is stop supporting and stop voting for people and start paying attention. And that's something they don't want. That's something they don't want, for us to start paying attention. Okay? We're not going to consistently be like the children of Israel and walk around in the wilderness for 40 years. God says, Pharaoh got to let my people go. And it's time for these politicians, all of these people that are in these positions of Pharaoh. They're Pharaoh, and it's time for them to let God's people go. And we are the people of God. I love you all so much. I really do. I want y'all to have a good night. Put those dolphin signs in there. Put Dolph signs, those dolphins in there. We like to keep the spirit of Dolph. We like to keep the spirit of Dolph. That's something that God had instilled in Dolph when he was teaching his people the independence as far as the music industry. They had a tight hold on a lot of our people. And it's a shame before God when you can be a record head or you could be a entertainer, and because you've signed bad deals, you feel like everybody else is supposed to go through what you go through. So this young man wanted to take the independent route and you mad because he wouldn't allow Pharaoh to put a hold on him. And he was teaching the young men up under him the business of independence, and so many people was jealous of that. Okay? He was leading our people out of the wilderness. And that's why I know it's a lot of people going to suffer for what they did to Dolph, or what, or the hand that they played in this. Even if it was people who knew and did nothing but was happy, instigated it, and was happy because all they wanted was him out the way. But they're going to learn that it ain't going to do them a bit of good, because you sure have to reap what you sow. You sure can't get to the top off somebody else's blood. You sure can't get to the top like that. So a lot of people are going to find out that what they did to him, it ain't going to work out for them anyways. Because number one, Pharaoh going to let God's people go. And these are people that we put in high places. And then another thing, you have to reap what you sow. And it's reaping season for a whole lot of people. It's reaping season for a whole lot of people. But I want to thank you all for tuning in. I love you all. I'll be back. I'm going to be posting tomorrow for the members. Y'all know I'm gonna call and try to get a little bit more information so we can talk in the membership thing. And of course, y'all know I would never ruin a case, right? But I'm gonna try to get something, because I want to keep you all encouraged, because I know that there's gonna be justice served, right? Even if we talk about some other cases, because there are other cases that I'm working on. I told y'all I want to take y'all on a journey on those also. But I love you all. I'll be back Saturday though on the vlog. I love you all. Have a good night.